Yeah.
Yeah, and as we have already decided, you are invited to make a general address, because only in the evening we are able to communicate with the foreign scholars.
I see.
Foreign scholars, they don't know, they don't have any background of what has been going on in the evening session. They don't have any information. Therefore, so as to make them aware about our morning session, the focus of the morning session, and in such a perspective, please address. And after your presentation, I will invite Swami Sri Atmananda to make a 10 minutes addressing. 10 minutes. Stick to times. Stick to time. Yeah.
So for me,
please.
For me, 15 minutes or 10 minutes?
I think 10 minutes is enough.
Okay.
Yeah, it is left to you. It is left to you, because we have several speakers we have got today. It is left to you, please.
Okay. So once again, I thank you for organizing this international webinar. In the morning session, we began well, and well begun is half done, and therefore I congratulate you for this. In fact, this corona problem is, as you rightly pointed out, just a tip in the iceberg, because we have several such possibilities of calamities in future as well, and therefore we have to be well prepared. And well prepared means we have to think of what should be the right modes of thinking and harmonious ways. I say ways, not single way, ways of living. This corona problem has made us to think as to what has gone wrong so far. The situation preceding this virus has not been normal. It was abnormal. And had it been normal, there would have been no problem. Because of some distortions and deviations and disorders, we have this problem. And therefore, this term, new normal, is a misnomer. It was not a normal. Had it been normal, then there would have been no need for new normal. It was not normal, and therefore we want normalcy to be restored. And for restoring normalcy, we have to undertake both preventive and curative measures. And for that, Indian culture has some such seminal ideas and ideals which can help us. I hope I'm audible. I'm audible, no?
It's audible. It is audible.
Audible. So
it is audible.
Yeah. So our culture has some such seminal ideas and ideals which can enable us to provide an alternative to the existing situation and to restore normalcy, which was resulting in some sort of aberration in contemporary times. And the fallouts, as I said earlier also, of this pandemic is both domestic and international. And therefore, we have to fight on both the fronts. In the domestic front, we have to bring about a trans-valuation of our value perceptions. Well, this is what our culture has taught us, that we have not to be divisive, We have not to be competitive. We have not to be exploitative. We have to have a sort of a unity of a vision. And this was highlighted by His Excellency, the Governor of Kerala. It was also highlighted by Swami Atmananji. And therefore, we have to cultivate that particular mindset wherein we see unity in all existences. We have this feeling that Aham Brahmasmi Tattvamasi. This was recited by His Excellency the Governor also, this Upanishadic key physiology. And we are under ignorance, resulting in selfishness, resulting in some sort of egoity. And we do not have the particular mindset to expand from I to we, from aham to sarvam. In our culture, we have been told about sarvam. We have been told that under ignorance only we talk of aham. Ahankara vimudhatma karta aham iti manyate, says Bhagavad Gita. So there has to be removal of ignorance. And this is possible only through Vidya. Vidya stands for, as I said earlier also, not informative knowledge, but transformative knowledge. And for that, we have to attend to our system of education. Our system of education makes us expert in certain vocations, but does not give us wisdom. And it does not provide us value perceptions as well. And therefore, we have cultivated some sort of narrowness. We call it lagu chetasa. And this is the case not only with India. This is a global phenomenon. Everywhere we find egocentricity. Everywhere we find a display of selfishness. And this selfishness is not only within the individual or family, but it is also in the nations and world at large. About nationalism also, of course, we should have a pride for our nation, national identity. We must have that. But then it should not be narrow nationalism. It should be such nationalism which cares for universal interdependence. So this idea of universal independence was highlighted by all the speakers in the morning session. We do not live in isolation. We have reciprocation. Three terms are used in our terminology, Sanskrit, and I will dwell upon that subsequently. One is sahavasa, coexistence, and peaceful coexistence. Second is sahakara, mutual cooperation. Because we can't get our needs fulfilled by ourselves. We have to depend upon others also. Therefore, there has to be judicious division of work or labor. So, sahakara. And whatever is the outcome of our, so you can say, collective effort should be enjoyed distributively with all. And in this enjoyment, again, our culture has told us that first you renounce and then you enjoy. Isa Vashopanishad says, Tena bhunjita. First tyaga and then bhoga. But reverse has been the case. Now first we have a bhoga and then some people become philanthropists so that their names shine up or their names become immortal. Again, there is a selfish motive. Even in seva, in tyaga, in paropakara. And Tetri Upanishad did say that you should give to others. But it says, Vyadeyam, give with some sort of a feeling of submission, feeling of respect to one whom you are giving, say, gifts, etc. And Our culture also told us that you earn by 100 hands and you give by 1,000 hands. And therefore, there is always an emphasis on tyaga and seva, but we have forgotten those values. They have become merely a matter of history. Similarly, we have been told of sanyama, indriya nigraha. Entire yoga system depends upon that only. That's the foundation. But then we have forgotten that value of sanyama. One of the consequences that we have what is known as parigraha, accumulation of wealth. Everyone wants to earn as much as one can, and this accumulation of wealth is out of deprivation to others. We deprive others from their legitimate needs, and we pocket, usurp what legitimately belongs to not us to, but to them. So this parigraha, possessiveness, instinct of possessiveness, we have inculcated. Well, again, this is a distortion. So for all this, what we have found is that we have abused nature. This point was highlighted by the earlier speakers. Nature is bountiful. We call nature as Vasudha. Vasudha means full of splendors. But then, and we have been told in the Vedas that this Vasudha has enough enormous to cater to our legitimate needs, but it cannot serve our greed. But we have become greedy, and we, the tiny human beings, have thought of, we have been thinking also, even now, of mastery over nature, victory over nature. How can a tiny human being? Well, we have witnessed earthquakes, we have witnessed volcanoes, we have witnessed inundations in rivers, etc. Well, we cannot check it. Even this present calamity, well, it is a global one, and we have been not able to check it so far. Of course, we are optimistic, and very soon vaccine will be invented, and we shall get rid of this. But then we have to be careful, and we have to look for the preventive and curative measures so that such calamities do not occur in future. And therefore, we have to respect nature. We have to approach nature with reverence, with a sort of gratitude. We have a saying that if in the morning we get up and put our feet on earth, Prithvi Devi Namastubhyam Padasparsho Kshamasvame, we beg pardon from earth so that our walking on earth does not pollute the earth. Well, we have also been told that there are 5 physical elements, and all these 5 physical elements are orderly in themselves: earth, air, water, fire, and space. But if we introduce disorder in them, then naturally they react and they have adverse impact on our modes of living. But more important is the lesson given to us in our culture that well, this is only surface ecology. The deep ecology, I'm not using these terms in a Western sense. They don't understand what is surface ecology, what is deep ecology. They have misunderstood these 2 concepts. But in India, deep ecology means our mental purity. Our mind must be pure. And if our mind is pure, our conduct also will be pure. So we have to first attend to our inner psyche. And again here, there's a need for proper education. Deep ecology stands therefore for purity of mind, purity of intellect, and spiritual approach to all existences. But we have also to attend to the external ecology, the surface ecology, which is in terms of purity of all the fiber ingredients and their constituents. Their constituents are surrounding to us. Our, so you can say, our house, our neighborhood, the streets, the villages, the towns, the city, etc. They also environ us. So external environment is very, very complex, is very, very multi-layered, and we have therefore to attend to all types of environments, internal and external, and different types of internal and external environments. Well, this is the message which has been handed down to us by our ancient sages and seers, but these are all there in the books, only we have forgotten about that. And what is therefore needed is, one of the speakers therefore pointed out the role of education. I also refer to that it is the savidyaya vimuktaye. If we have to get rid of any calamity for that matter, well, we should have right type of education which is not just merely information giving, but an education which transforms our being, where samyak gyan results in samyak charitra. Diya vihino nahi yati dhanyatam. This is the message given to us, and therefore if we have gathered all sorts of information, but we do not translate that information into wisdom, then that information is useless. We have a story that a donkey may carry tons of weight of gold, but won't know the value of the gold, because the donkey doesn't have that capacity. So we may have lots of information, but if we do not know in what way that information should be put to use, then that information is burdensome, it's useless. So this here I come to another point, and that is, and I refer to it also, that it is under ignorance that we regard science and technology to be value neutral. Science and technology are meant to serve human wellness. And if they do not serve human wellness, and human wellness also we have to define in terms of, to use technical term, hita and sukha. Hita means conducive to peaceful existence, which is meaningful, and happiness is the summum bonum of our all enterprises. So we therefore have to seek about this sort of education. There has to be total overhauling of the system of education, and it is not for India alone. It should be for the whole universe. Then I refer to Indian situation, and here in Indian situation we find that India lives in villages, and therefore villages should be self-sufficient. Technically we called it as a grama swarajya, but now we find that all villages are lacking basic facilities and amenities, and therefore there is mass exodus from villages to cities. In cities, they live in shanties, they live in yuggi-jhopadis and suffer different types of difficulties. Yet they prefer to stay in the cities. We find that in slums, there is too much of pollution, too much of dirt, too much of overcrowding, and life is not very happy. But still they would like to, because in villages they don't have any means of livelihood, which they get in the cities. Therefore, we have to empower the villages, and if we can do that, this is what our economic planners should attempt now, that instead of talking in terms of smart cities, we have to talk in terms of smart villages and make villages self-sufficient, so that villages may serve their own basic needs, and also the surplus can be given to the cities and towns, etc. The other thing which we have to emphasize is purity, shaucha. Purity means that there should not be not only mental purity but also physical purity, and of course in for corona, one of the preventive measures is that we should wash hands, etc., or we should have a mask, etc. Of course, these are needed, but more important is that our surroundings should be pure. There should not be, say, health is individual, but hygiene is communal, community-wise. Communal in the good sense, not in the bad sense. So our surroundings should also be neat and clean. But we don't have that particular mindset. We generally throw our dirt in neighbor's house or somewhere where people don't observe us throwing the dirt, etc. Well, this sort of mindset, I think we shall have to change. Later on, I believe I shall have a chance with Gopiji to discuss what should be the future course of action. But there I shall point out what should be the social order, what should be the economic order, what should be the political order, what should be the relation among the different religions, because it's an age of religious pluralism, cultural pluralism. There can be cultural encounters, no doubt, but then there should be cultural harmony as well, and some such issues we shall be talking subsequently. The point therefore is that we have to have a proper system of education. And coming to the external international relations, international relations should be based on what was traditionally known as Panchashila. But then this Panchashila should be observed by all nations of the world. It can't be one-sided effort. I'm closely watching these days, for the last 3-4 days, the Chinese aggression on Indian soil. We have trying to construct a road on Indian side of the border, so that we can have a rapid movement of goods. China has already constructed not only road, but also some, say, areas of military deployment just near the line of control. We are constructing road 9 kilometers away from the line of control. And we have been talking to China, oh, we are Udar Charita, and therefore in Hindi, Chini, Bhai Bhai, and so forth. We had in 1962 a bitter experience of this Hindi, Chini, Bhai Bhai. And same thing is now happening us. Well, the Chinese attacked our post on Indian side. 3 days back, there was a fight, and in the fight, both sides, casualty were on both sides, but they are blaming us that no, we attacked them. In our own side, when Chinese soldiers come and we request them to go away, and if they don't go away, we try to push them off, and there is couple, and then they say, oh, you committed the aggression. We have a saying, ulta chor kotwal ko date. Well, this is the situation. So let me here deviate, because a reference was made to in the morning session, Udar Charitanam to Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. We have two models of this particular verse. One is in Mahopanishad, where you have this idealistic vision, fundamental unity of all existences, and we are harping on that, and we are adhering to that by letter and spirit. But China has not done that. And we therefore after this Panchashila establishment between Pandit Nehru and Chow En-lai, we had next year itself Chinese aggression occupying a large part of Indian territory coming up to Assam. So this is one model, idealistic model. The other model which is put forth and to which His Excellency the Governor also very briefly referred to, and that is in Hitopanishad and in Panchatantra. I give the story brief of Hitopanishad. There were three friends, one crow, one deer, and they were initially two good friends, crow and deer. A jackal came that side and tried to befriend the deer. The deer was very, say, good looking, healthy, and the jackal thought that I will get a good food for eating. Crow warned the deer not to befriend jackal. But jackal says, no, don't rely upon this crow. This crow is crooked person. Well, I am your best friend, and I want to be very friendly to you. And then this crooked jackal utters this verse, I am nija paroveti garana lagu chetasam. So warn again and again, but the deer, innocent deer, did not pay heed to that, and took the jackal to his dwelling place. Jackal wanted to, but then crow was very clever. He spread a net there, and jackal thought that let me get this deer entangled in the net so that it cannot run away, because deer runs faster than jackal. But then crow saw to it that instead of getting the deer entangled, the jackal himself got entangled in that, and jackal died. The point, therefore, is that we have to be very much judicious in our judgment as to who is friend and who is foe. Of course, no one is a friend forever, no one is a foe forever. And in politics, we don't, in diplomacy, there is no permanent friend and foe, we are told. Yeah. But then we have to see to it that who is our friend and who is not our friend, who is genuine in approaching for our well-being, and who is not so genuine. So in Panchatantra and in Hitopadesha, this verse comes under Mitra Labha, where how to have a discovery, a discernment of a true, genuine friend. Everyone can't be friendly. Of course, I propose a midway between the two models. And I say, of course, we should talk in terms of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, meaning that, well, there should be universalism and so forth, all sorts of ideas and ideals. But then we have to be pragmatic as well. We have to see to it that first, let the whole world turn into Udar Charita. This Udar Charitatva has to be universalized. This sort of friendship cannot be one-way traffic. There has to be reciprocity. There has to be mutuality. And today, our Foreign Affairs Minister pointed out, and I have been listening to our military officers also. They are saying that time and again, China is deceiving us. We are following these principles in letter and spirit, but they are always saying one thing and doing another thing. So how can you be Udar Charita for one who is a Lagu Charita? Here again comes the role of education, and it is not education of a particular class or community. It is universal education. Let the whole world be transformed into Udar Charita. And if that can be done, then definitely the world will be a good place for peaceful coexistence. And in peaceful coexistence, therefore, we have to see to it that there is no injustice. There is no... Yeah, I conclude. Huh?
Yeah.
And we have also to take into account both intragenerational justice and also intergenerational justice. Natural resources, of course, they are plenty. Nature is bountiful, as I said. But then some natural resources are exhaustible. And therefore, we must make a judicious use of those natural resources so that our future generation is not deprived of that. We should therefore have, as Lord Krishna says, yoga and kshema. We must augment the resources. We must protect and protect the existing resources from depletion. And if we can do that, so we have to have therefore this two-pronged strategy, domestic as well as international. And if we can have that, then definitely we can fight not only this particular calamity, but any other calamity to come. We have to be well prepared for that. So I would therefore again repeat that our present situation is not normal. And we should not talk in terms of new normal. We have to restore normalcy. It was there in the past. It is not there in the present. And in the future, we have to restore that normalcy. And if we do not do that, then such calamities will recur time and again. So this is, of course, there are many things, but I would like to say when later on myself and Gopiji will have something to say, then I will say that. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Professor Bhatt. You have made a survey of the basic premises of our conference as well as what we have deliberated upon in the morning, so that others could understand what we did in the morning. Thank you. Now let me invite Swami Sri Atmananda to address the scholars so as to make them understand the basic thrust of the conference as well as how we should evolve a perception out of our conference. Let me invite Swami Sri Atmananda.
Yes, Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. I offer my humble pranams to all the distinguished scholars and saints present here. And I am very much thankful to Santagiri Research Foundation for organizing such a global conference at a time when we are all in a lockdown state. This has given a lot of insight to me and also has cleared many of the myths that
Swamiji muted, I think.
Hello? Hello? How it happened? Swamiji muted?
oh,
No, we didn't touch it. Maybe
Yeah.
is it?
we didn't.
Am I
touch it.
audible now?
Yes, now.
Yeah.
I'm audible now.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I don't know how far I was audible and how far not audible. Anyway, many things that we say, only a portion of it actually comes to our mind. So the same way, I feel I first offer my humble pranam to all of you. And in this second sitting, I would like to give a brief introduction of what we feel the need of the present time. We are having this conference not to intellectually discuss or debate about a possibility, but we are here together to share our experiential understanding about a situation that has become a reality. We all are the entire globe, the whole of humanity. We all are in a lockdown state as far as the physical part is concerned. How we can have our life in a normal way so that even if there is outer restriction on our free movement of the gross plane, how we can still lead a normal life. That is the point on which we all are here discussing and sharing our own understanding of the experiential plane. When we talk of the new normal, what respected S.R. Bhatt just now was telling, that actually the new normal is to be back to normalcy, and the normal life, as I have told in the morning session, is that the life should move on the two tracks simultaneously. The track that is the experiential track, that is the expansion of the material side of life, and the other one is the awarenational track, that is the spiritual side of life. So this is the normal. Only when this normalcy is disturbed, problem comes. And as I told in the morning session, that the present crisis has come not due to any individual error, but to the collective error. The collective error refers to the whole of humanity putting too much importance on the material side of life and ignoring the spiritual side of life. This has been the wisdom of not only our ancient seers, but also of the seers of every religion, every culture. This is actually the foundation of a human culture, the human civilization, that life must move in two tracks in harmony. So, how to rectify that imbalance? My personal experience and my realization is that if we who are having the privilege, who have received the grace in abundant measure from the Creator, that we have the faculty of creative thinking and also the will to think of the universal, we carry a big responsibility for the whole mankind. That responsibility is that we must be first live in the harmony of the mind and the spirit, the head and the heart. Our ancient seers all have demonstrated this capability. We are now, today, this very conference is being organized by Santagiri Foundation, and Santagiri is known only because of the realization of one great Mahatma, the Sadguru. The realization of one seer has restored so much of harmony that for decades and decades, so many persons are able to see that life also is having another side. The 7 seers of our ancient India, the 4 Kumaras and the Manus, what we are talking, even when we talk of the incarnation, their number is not in millions. The number of the seers is not millions. The number of enlightened beings is not millions. But when we come to talk of the human population, we talk of 7 billion. So, so my realization is that if it is not possible that the whole humanity of 7 billion people will be spiritual beings. It's not possible. That's not the law of nature also. But as few individual seers were able to restore the harmony, to keep the harmony in the Prakriti plane, in the elemental structure of the universe, in every age. So also, why not few individual seers will be there on earth now, and they will be able to restore the balance. And we are all familiar with the foundational scriptures of our country. Many of us are also familiar with the foundational scripture of all religions. And one thing is common in every scripture, that is, a seer can restore harmony in the consciousness on earth. So my suggestion to this august gathering is, if we can actually take a place that we will restore the balance in our individual life, so that the spiritual side of life will be more pronounced than our individual material side of life. Why I am telling that let us take the lead role, because I have seen to many ashrams, many Mahatmas I have met personally. I have met many Western saints and many Western Mahatmas also, and I have seen that when they are present in the physical presence, there is harmony automatically manifesting. So our scripture Bhagavad Gita says that out of 1,000, 1 or 2 are interested for the manifestation of the spirit. And out of 1,000 those who are interested, 1 or 2 actually realize the spirit. Manusyanam sahasresu katsit japati siddhaye. So, my point is, if we can take a place.
Are you joining through this Chrome browser and Mozilla? Chrome and Mozilla, it is working.
So if we can take a place.
Are you joining through Chrome browser?
Humanity.
Yeah, Chrome browser.
Yes, it is working. We have almost 63 people inside the meeting room now.
On earth.
Okay, but there are no people there, because I thought that maybe that's a problem.
No. People are joining the outside, that streaming they are joining.
Coming. So,
okay, I'll try once more.
Yes, I am ready.
If I have some more problems, I'll call you.
Okay? I am ready here. Whenever your request will come, I immediately intervene.
Okay, I'll be in touch. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
So if we take a place that we will consciously live for the universal. If we take a pledge that we'll consciously live for the universal, then few of us, I'm telling few, that means I am referring to that 1%, the square root of 1% of the present population on earth, that is 7 billion. The square root of 1% of the population, which will be hardly 7,000. If there can be 7,000 years on earth, and they will consciously live for the universal, then there will be absolutely no crisis in the elemental structure of this universe. And as we all feel that when we come in contact with some enlightened Mahatmas, some great seers and masters, automatically our thought pattern changes, our reaction pattern changes, and we are able to experience the tranquility of the being within. So in this conference, if we can have some collective decision we take that for the sake of the universal, we will become spiritual. When we are working for the expansion of the material side of life, we are living only for the individual. But if we will consciously work for the expansion of the universal side of life, we will actually serve the whole humanity. So the time has come that the seers of the world, the awakened spiritual beings of the world, they should come forward and they should take a place to live life that is in conformity with the nature, the natural law. And as for the very specific point, I would like to say that, as I had said in the morning, that this universe is, our planet is made up of the 5 basic components that we call the 5 elements, the Pancha Mahabhutas. And every individual system is also made up of these 5 elements. And the imbalance in the elemental universal structure also affects and impacts the elemental structure of the individuals on earth. In this reverse way, the balance in the individual life also affects the elemental forces of the universal plane. It is not that when the collective will be in balance, in equilibrium, the individual will be in equilibrium. It is not a one way, it is both way. This is in conjunction, the two powers in conjunction, because Jat Pinde Tat Brahmande, what is there in the individual system is also there in the universal structure. So our seers of ancient India, they were grounded on this premise that let me take care of the universal in me, and the universal in me will impact the individual in millions. This is the essence of the scriptures, that what I have studied and I have realized. So I feel personally that the great scholars and the great deliberation that we all are doing, we are listening, and we will be listening also tomorrow. Each one of the presenters here are definitely much more evolved being than many of the statesmen, administrators, businessmen, industrialists. Each one of us are in no way less than the scientist in the material plane of life. So we are spiritual scientists. Why not we allow ourselves to be the laboratory for the whole humanity to have a transformed mind, life, and body? This can be done if we will spiritualize ourselves even when we are on the material plane. In Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna had a very mystic statement when he said, "They are in me, I am in them, but to see my divine mystery, they are not in me, I am not in them." This is the concept that I have realized, that when we feel the individual within us, we are materialistic. When we feel the universal within us, we are the seers. So why not we keep the whole human soul in us, that is within us. So when a Buddha gets enlightened, whole humanity gets light. When a Jesus allows himself to be on the cross, the whole humanity feels the power of compassion and forgiveness. This is the example and the ideal that we always talk, but we never have sincerely tried to be what we feel should be the normal. So that is the reason in this great august meeting of so many evolved beings, intellectual expansion, mind's expansion is not a big thing. What is important is, along with the expansion of the intellect and the mind, we are also having an expanded heart. Every speaker, beginning with the Honorable Governor, His Excellency, and till the end of this conference, every speaker will definitely manifest the greatness of his heart, her heart. So when a philosopher speaks, he speaks the language of the soul in man, and the soul is always one. And that oneness, a philosopher is able to feel. A scientist in the material plane will not be able to feel that, although he may say he knows, but he is not realized that. So this is my thought is going in this way, that if we can spiritualize ourselves, and how to spiritualize ourselves, here is a practical procedure I am telling. We are all made up of the 5 elements, and the gross element is the earth, and above the earth with water, then fire, then air and ether. So every individual is made up of these 5 elements, and every individual is suffering in the physical plane, in the mental plane, and in the vital plane, only because of the imbalance in the elemental structure. We have talked of, we know about Ayurveda, that talks of the 3 dosa. We know of the homeopathy, we know of the allopathy, but the time has come when we have to know the jogopathy. The 5 elemental forces within us must be in balance. That is why the simple practice, if we do, that we cleanse our elemental structure, the earth, the water, the fire, the air, and the ether. And all the elemental junction points are in our subtle body, not in our gross body. A doctor cannot find where is the Manipuraka so that I can operate and take the money. Where is the Anahat Padma so that I can just pluck it. A doctor cannot find that because they are the scientists of the gross body. But a rishi can find and can exactly tell at what point is your kundalini movement stuck up so that the harmony between the earth and the water element is disturbed. So if we can learn, this is some very basic fundamental techniques of cleansing our elemental structure of our own body, we will be having no fear for bacteria, germ or viruses. This is the conviction which made me to tell our people all over the world that the imbalance is in the fire element. So you all do this simple practice and keep a lamp burning in your house minimum 4 to 5 hours a day. And whenever you are sitting, whenever you are working, make it sure that you are able to see the flame, or you just think of the flame when you are idle. And this may appear to be just like a child is talking, but actually all the seers, when they really reach the state of Advaita, they become pure children. And it may be a child's talk, but it is the talk that has changed the course of evolution. So if we can practice some simple procedures to how to keep our system clean, then what will happen? Automatically, we will be in an elevated state of consciousness. But Professor Bhatti was now telling us that we will think of the whole world instead of thinking of our own individual need. So what is happening in the world is every government in the world is putting effort to alleviate the poverty of the individual, but it is not succeeding. But we all know from our scriptures that there was no poverty, no misery, no death, no premature death, and no pain of old age on this earth. And that time is a time cycle we call the cycle of the era of truth consciousness. When a man's life on earth was 100,000 years free from any suffering, any disease, any pain, when man was not fighting for food, man wasn't competing with each other to grab some material thing. So we have seen that happening on earth, and we are now in an era of ignorance. The problem is ignorance. The problem is not lack of material abundance. If we can take care of this root of the problem, which is ignorance, which is avidya, and the world will be a better place to live in. And the humanity and the human being all will be in a state of an elevated consciousness. This is what is my experience during the last 27 years of me living a life as a spiritual being. Hundreds are coming to me and going back with greater tranquility, greater peace, greater harmony. And when we visit the ashrams of enlightened masters who are not physically present now on earth, but we can feel the peace there, we can see the beauty there, and we can also see the harmony there. When I visited Santagiri Ashram, I was simply amazed. What a beautiful harmony is there. What a peace is there. What a tranquility is there. Hundreds of people. They are eating together, playing together. Not a single, I did not find a dry leaf nor a plastic piece in the entire campus. How could that be possible there? Why this is not possible in our cities and towns? Why? It is because we are not spiritualized. We have to learn how to be spiritualized in our consciousness while leading the life and the material plane. So I have actually nothing more to say except my own realization and my own life's experience. You all are great scholars and spending the whole lifetime in teaching philosophy, religion, and science to several generations. So I do not have that intellectual depth or command over the information what the scientists are having. But very humbly, I can say that if we can simply open the spiritual side of our life, we will not only solve the problem in our individual life, in our group life, in our community life, but also in our universal life. Time has come when man's soul must receive its importance. We have given too much of importance to the mind in man, the intellect in man, and the vital, emotional, feeling side of man. Now the time has come when we must recognize the importance of the soul in man, and the soul in every human being is one. With that call to unity, with that invocation to that one of self-presence that dwells in every human heart, I conclude my humble submission, my humble message to this august gathering. And once again, I express my deepest gratitude to the organizers and to all of you distinguished intellectuals and seers and saints and Mahatmas who are here to listen to the few words that I can say.
So, thank you, Swami.
And the
Thank you,
great
Swami. Sri Atmananda, thank you. All of you laid down basic premises of the conference. And Sri Swami Atmananda has made it clear that it is important and essential to rediscover the wisdom embedded in our ancient way of life. So, I feel that these two presentations have made a basis on which we can proceed. So let me invite Professor Panir Shelvam. Professor Panir Shelvam, almost all of us know that Panir Shelvam has left his mark, indelible imprint in the scenario of not only Indian philosophy but outside. And he was a former professor and head of the Department of Philosophy, Madras University, and he is at present the secretary of Indian Philosophical Congress. Apart from that, he has been a motivating force to all the students of philosophy let me invite Professor Panir Shelvam to make his presentation. Hereafter, I request to all presenters to stick to time, please. Professor Panir Shelvam. Let me invite Professor Christopher Chapley. Professor Christopher Chapley is on the line. Let me know. So let me invite Professor Christopher Chapley. He is the Doshi Professor of Indic and Master of Arts in Yoga Studies, Loyola Marymount University, USA. Apart from that, he has mastered in Indian scriptures, yoga, and all such branches of Indian wisdom. And he is leading several movements in USA, several spiritual movements. And he plays a crucial role in disseminating India's ancient wisdom in Western world. We are glad to invite Professor Chapley to this conference, and thank you for your participation. Please.
Good morning. I'm hoping that you can all hear me. And I bring greetings from the early morning in California, USA. And the title of my talk is Human Ecology, Social Ecology, How Can Yoga Help? And I want to begin by reminding us, as if we need any reminder, that we're in the midst of a pandemic. And this pandemic is caused by what the Jains call nagoda, very small life forms, very small jiva, that have suffused the atmosphere throughout the world and have caused people to radically alter lifestyle. And as Dr. Bhatt had said, what we need is an increased level of shaucha, an increased level of cleanliness in order to counter the effects of this virus. And that we can also really think of this as an opportunity for the yogic practice of pratipakshabhavanam, that we need to cultivate new behaviors, different behavior that will bring about the purification to allow the continued flourishing of life. In a sense, we are all throughout the world invited to perfect and implement a new form of tapas. And as we look at going back to the months of February and March, this particular event has overlapped with so many religious practices that work toward human purification. The Christian period of Lent, the Jewish period of Passover, the Muslim observance of Ramadan. And what I would offer for this assembly, as we think of how we have become stirred up, how we have become attuned to the need for correct human behavior, that I'm going to share a little bit of wisdom from the Yoga Bindu, a Jain text written by Haribhadra Virahanka in the 6th century, a few verses that encourage us in our practice of tapas. It says, the power of tapas must be undertaken to burn off sin. This includes fasting attuned to the moon's cycles. It can lead to the defeat of death and rectification of sin. In the moon fast, one eats an increase of 1 mouthful each day during the waxing moon and tapers down to a total fast by the time of the new moon. It is said there are many ways to undertake this fasting, from the very easy to the extreme. And in fact, it culminates in the highest practice of fasting to death, santara. It is said that great ascetics fasting for 1 month overcome death indeed. They perform in doing so the chant, the japa, that defeats death. From this practice, they are purified. Through this, we find rectification of sin. One reflects on each sin, one at a time. And through the practice, the application of various mantras and chants, one attains expiation and becomes purified. Now, as we translate this call to the performance of tapas to what we must do, we find worldwide that people are becoming ascetics, that they are wearing the mupati, they're wearing the mask to protect self and to keep away the virus. They are also practicing the great vow of Digvrata, practicing distancing one person from another, and practicing staying home to avoid the sort of contact that can lead to disease. That each individual life family unit, each jiva, is going, in a sense, for protection, for the sake of the greater good, going into a self-imposed kaivalyam. And as we observe this new form of yoga, as we expiate for the sins of disordered sets of relationship, we're finding spontaneously that throughout America, people are having an opening of heart, a recognition that we must expiate in our cultural instance for the sin of slavery that has disrupted the well-being of people for so many generations. And likewise, each and every culture is now given an opportunity to go within, to reflect, and in fact, given an opportunity to improve not only the human ecology of the individual, but the social ecology, moving toward, as Gandhi put it, sarvodaya, moving toward the uplift of all beings. Some will not survive, and others will continue to dedicate themselves, as both Dr. Bhatt and Swami Atmananda have suggested. We must move personally toward the goodness, the increased goodness of the collective, of the society, and toward the wellness, the wholeness of the entire universe. So thank you, and thank you for this gift of India, the gift of the practice of tapas, and the small way to do it: light the lamp, reflect, and burn off the impurity that plague us personally and as a society. Namaste.
So, Professor Christopher Chappell, so you have summarized immediately. And I hope that the participants will raise the questions after this session. I hope you will be online and we will have a very good discussion after this session. Thank you for your very illuminating presentation. I feel that all of the participants might have got elevated. Thank you, thank you. So let me invite.
Panisarao is back.
But next I will invite Dr. John Dietrich, who is a psychologist and he's head of the spiritual movement in USA. And let me invite Dr. John Dietrich to make her presentation. Hello, John Dietrich.
Thank you.
Please join. Please join.
Yes. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear
I
you.
see you.
Yeah.
You cannot hear?
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can hear.
Okay. Can you see me?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Very good. Very good. Okay. Namaste. All glory to Guru Dev. I am delighted and honored to be among you esteemed beings. And, if it were not for coronavirus lockdown, I would not be here in this conference. I would not be here staying at Satyachetana Ashram with my beloved guru, a great seer, Swami Atmananda, who has just spoken. And I think many of us have found the beauty and the benefit of these times of lockdown, in addition to the great suffering that the world is experiencing. And Christopher Chappell just referred to some of those benefits. So I'm going to speak a little bit more about some of those, but I'm really going to be addressing how it is time in this post-pandemic age to stop attempting to apply surface treatments to deep wounds. The wounds in our world are deep. The coronavirus pandemic is causing death, physical and mental illness, toxic fear. It's exhausting our health systems and devastating global and local economies in one great, unprecedented and dramatic stroke. And yet, beneath the woundedness of the pandemic, I believe, are even deeper wounds that the world is still not collectively facing. This virus, after wreaking massive havoc, will eventually naturally wear itself out, as all viruses do. But there are other problems looming in the world that will not go away on their own. These, of course, are the problems of climate change, global warming, and the safe and fair distribution of natural resources, food, and water. So as we try to understand the problems facing us in the post-pandemic world, I think some metaphorical lessons from the medical science of healing wounds can provide some insight. Swamiji and others have talked about nature and how nature naturally has balance, and that nature, as we know, actually always wants to heal. If we get a little cut in our skin, we find that within hours, maybe we clean it a little bit, maybe we put a Band-Aid on it, but within hours, the skin has sealed itself back together. That's nature. That's nature's wanting wholeness, wanting balance. In medical science, this is called first intention healing, meaning it's the primary intention of the skin itself, the nature, the mind, the consciousness within the skin, to want to heal itself. There are lots of examples of nature healing herself, this first intention kind of healing. For example, a forest burns down and it may wreak havoc temporarily, but it gets receded naturally and it grows back even more lush and healthy than it was before. We have difficult to handle bacterial disease. The body begins to make antibodies. Even viruses naturally wear themselves out. But when we come in as humans in our materialistic way and try to solve some of these problems, we often interfere with nature's natural balance. So that if a well in my village is running dry and I pipe in water from another village, my surface solution has temporarily solved something. But where's the water going to come from to fill that second well? And this is what we do in our materialistic mind. We borrow from a fund that is not infinite, and we apply it to a situation. Even in this current pandemic, we are using superficial treatments. We put masks on just like we might put a Band-Aid over a problem. Yes, the masks have their helpfulness, as does social distancing. But these superficial treatments really don't get at the deep cause of the disease. So we need to really look into a wound before we begin treating it. This is what medical science calls the second intention of healing. When it's not easy to seal the skin back together, or when it is actually counterindicated to seal the skin back together, nature heals from the inside out. There may be an object stuck, rooted deep underneath the skin, and that object needs to be removed or infection will arise. So that second intention healing of nature keeps the wound open for a while and allows whatever is in there to arise to the surface. Now, we also do second intention healing when it's necessary for medical intervention. So, for example, if somebody comes into hospital and they've been cut by glass, we must first, remove the shards, the shattered glass. If that glass has cut into an artery or a bone, we've got to do surgery. There's something immediate that has to be done. If we just try to seal up the skin, then we're creating a deeper problem. So I'm going to talk in a little bit about how I see this this process happening in America and around the world right now. But also, I want to just mention that in psychology, we naturally, as human beings, understand that we have these tendencies to really want to go for the easiest solution, the quickest solution, and the solution that we've always been familiar with. And so we don't look more deeply. We don't apply our creative thinking. We just go with, okay, let's just do this quickly. Let's take care of it. We deny the depth of a problem. We minimize it. And we love to externalize blame, meaning find fault elsewhere for the problem. So here's an example. We're dealing with global warming. It is very hot. I am uncomfortable in this heat. What is my first solution? I'm going to buy an air conditioner that will be efficient and keep my personal climate controlled and cool. We do this all the time. I spend much more time and money trying to find the right air conditioner than I would looking more deeply into the global problem of climate change. This is natural to humans. This is what we do, but it just no longer is going to work. What has to change then in order for us to move from the surface to the depths is we have to have it in consciousness. We're looking at all these issues from the depths of our heart. And as Christopher Chappell was just saying, I actually think that this is what's happening right now in America. I, by the way, have had the great grace of being in this lockdown situation, as I said. And so I have this vantage point immersed in the spirit and the culture of India to be observing what's happening to my fellow Americans back home. It's good to see a few of you on here tonight. And what I see is kind of a collective weariness, a confusion, actually a dejection of the American people. Things are falling apart. The systems that we've relied on, the systems, they're all falling apart. Things are collapsing. And I think about this, and I think about Arjuna in the Bhagavad Gita. I see him surveying the armies arranged on the battlefield of Kurukshetra. He looks around at his friends, his relatives, his teachers, everyone poised to wipe one another out, and his whole world collapses. His whole world order collapses. Dejected, confused, Arjuna lays down his arms and he says to Krishna, I will not fight. What does Krishna, his divine guru, reply to Arjuna? As we all know, but to Arjuna's surprise, Krishna says, fight. And eventually, Arjuna does fight. But first, he experiences a yogic transformation. First, he wakes up. I see this sort of collective dejection in which people are stunned, helpless, confused. There seems to have been a perfect storm created in America by the devastating effects of coronavirus, which has disproportionately influenced the people of color, minorities, and poverty in the U.S. And yet another brutal killing of a Black man by white officers. This perfect storm has really put the focus into how things are falling apart there, how the systems are falling apart. They're out of balance with one another. But just as Arjuna's dejection at Kurukshetra was the impetus for his enlightenment, and around the world, are waking up and tuning in to the soul of humanity. Americans are recognizing the deep, infectious toxicity of its history of slavery and racism and refusing to just treat it with Band-Aids anymore. They're finally searching their own individual souls and recognizing that their own soul is the same soul of all beings, of all humanity. White Americans are finally looking at their own contribution to the disease of racism. They're taking away the blinders of denial, of minimization, of blaming somebody else. They're recognizing what they have contributed to this ongoing scourge. And they're asking questions. What can I do to bring this world, this consciousness, our people, more truly toward equality? So perhaps now, in the light of the dejection caused by the pandemic, this deep wound of racism that's been festering under the surface of American civility is finally getting addressed and treated. Actually, Arjunas are waking up all over the world to raise their voices against racial and all injustices. We've seen protests globally. Each country, each nation is looking at its own prejudices, its own way of treating its own people, its migrant people. We're all taking a look at this. In the US, some of these Arjunas have suffered the indignity of deep prejudice and inequality for generations. Other Arjunas confronted the reality of their own privilege and its contribution that humankind is facing today. So it feels to me like perhaps a new spiritual awakening may be happening in my country. I talk about this in this international forum because it's my hope that if there can be a new spiritualizing in America, that people everywhere will be inspired to look into the collective soul, open their hearts, and take responsibility for their own role in the global pandemics of greed, selfishness, and inequality. That we can begin to wake up. As Swamiji said, it may not be billions of us, it may not be millions of us, but if it's enough, we will make a difference. If we can address the deep wounds, like systematic racism and with awakened hearts and minds, perhaps we can also begin to apply this new consciousness to our other festering global problems of climate change and wealth distribution. Consciousness, not just from the mind, but heart and soul of our shared humanity. Then I feel we will know how to collectively tackle these daunting problems. To try to tackle these problems from the state of ordinary consciousness, from a place of our normal way of going about me first materialism. We won't find the solutions because we'll keep trying to apply the surface treatments. A truly awakened consciousness uses truth to get to the source of the deepest suffering. Truth has no need to minimize, blame, and deny. Frankly, I hope it only takes a pandemic to incite this change of consciousness, because I'm certain that if we do not begin to look at our problems through the lens of the heart, our deep wounds, we will only be inviting deeper systematic problems to arise. By looking through the lens of the heart, humanity just might find the courage to truly wake up from our collective helplessness and dejection and stand up and fight together like the enlightened Arjuna. Only then, when thousands, millions of awakened Arjunas are truly guided by the Guru within and become warriors of the heart, will we know what we need to do to rid ourselves of the infectious toxins of hatred, greed, and nationalistic selfishness. then we will reconfigure our social and global structures in compliance with the laws of nature in order to bring balance back.
Management
Ensure healthy survival and equality of all of the planet herself. And in regard to the deep wounds of racism, climate change, and never again should innocent people have to cry out, "I can't breathe."
Excuse me? Time is running.
Thank you.
It's getting late. Your time is finished. Please summarize. Please summarize.
And I am
Summarize it.
my summary is that we must go deep within the heart to confront not just the coronavirus pandemic, but all the toxic, festering wounds of our global culture. And only then will we come with true solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Johnny Dietrich, for your illuminating presentation, because you have given very valid insights into the present situation, grounding on philosophical, psychological, and scientific perspective. Thank you. Let me invite Professor Panir Selvam. Already I introduced Panir Selvam to the participants. He's a veteran in Indian philosophy, and he's the secretary of Indian Philosophical Association. And as I told you earlier, he has been a motivating force behind Indian philosophy and the students of Indian philosophy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Panir Selvam, please.
Thank you. Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Gopinath ji, for organizing this wonderful webinar on an interesting theme, which I think is the need of the hour. I would like to approach the topic from this perspective, namely the concept of new normal in the context of responsibility ethics. What I mean by this topic is that there is a need for developing what is known as responsibility ethics. Now, the term new normal has become very prominent in the context of coronavirus. In fact, the term was first used in business and economics during the financial crisis in 2007 and 8. But later, this was used in the context of global recession. Now, in the context of COVID-19 pandemic, the word has attained a new meaning. Now, the term refers to human behavioral changes after this pandemic. In fact, it is said that coronavirus will change the daily way of all living beings. This means that there is a limitation to contact between one person and the other, thus maintaining a distance from others, etc. So here one has to make a distinction between the world and the new normal, which has been emphasized in the morning by our chairman of ICPR, Professor Sinha. He has explained three important concepts of new normal. It is a very fascinating one. I would like to see how there could be a major distinction between the old normal and the new normal. Now, the two important questions which comes to my mind is, what are the mistakes that we have done in the old normal? And secondly, why it has to be replaced? For example, in the old normal, one can say, we were under the impression that everything exists for the sake of human beings' consumption, and hence we were preaching the anthropocentric philosophy, wherein it was wrongly believed that man is the measure of everything and man is the nucleus of everything. Now, there is a need to save our planets. In fact, the COVID-19 has given a proper direction, I would say, because the new normal concept has made us to think seriously about our planet. In fact, we have been ignoring this important aspect with regard to our planet. But the new normal concept has made us to think seriously about our planet. During this COVID-19, nature has found a way to let Earth to regain its lost wealth. No one was sure that there would be a day when they would see, at least in this lifetime, nature recovering after the excessive pollution, including dumping of industrial and domestic waste, irresponsible chopping of trees, and every possible abuse. Now the skyline is becoming clearer and the rivers becoming pure, and once the endangered flora and fauna is coming back to life. This is a remarkable change. So what does this experience teach us? It shows that we have never cared for the Mother Earth and the nature. Though we have been taught constantly about this in Indian and Western philosophical discourse, we have ignored the fact that human beings are the custodian of nature. Philosophical study clearly shows that there are some models which are available in both the Indian and Western tradition. Now, my aim is to develop what is known as the green philosophy. We have been talking about various types of philosophy like Indian philosophy, Western philosophy, but I would say that the coronavirus has taught us to develop what is known as green philosophy. Of course, this is very much available in the Indian philosophical tradition, but how to make our dealing friendly to the environment? This is a question which has to be probed in order to understand the significance of green philosophy. Is the question that what is a question that we have in our mind now? How to make our dealing friendly with the environment? To propose green philosophy, which I am planning to develop, we have to develop a new ethic introduced by the Australian philosopher John Passmore. In one of his interesting books, Man's Responsibility for Nature, he argued that we must learn to look on nature and the environment in a new way, not for nature's sake, but for our own sake. So this means that there should be a shift from anthropocentrism to the ecocentrism, and it is the only way by which the planet can be saved. The ecological turn, otherwise the ecocentrism, is not a single or univocal issue. In fact, I would say, on the contrary, it stretches all the way from issues of pollution of our rivers to the question of relationships of humans, the world, and God. Why I am mentioning world and God is that in the cosmotheandric vision of Raimundo Panikkar, he points out how the cosmos, that is the world, God, and human beings are united. So what we need is a new normal approach. Every discipline and every ideology and every system of morality and every form of religion also has to rethink their fundamentals in the light of ecological question. This means we have to revisit our ideology, our discipline, and our morality, and also our religion to rethink that there is something fundamentally connected to the ecological question, otherwise turning themselves into engines of oppression. The significance of human values is very important in this context, In fact, we are making a distinction between the intrinsic values and the instrumental values. The intrinsic values are that values which cannot be separated from human beings. They are part and parcel of human nature. That is why in Indian tradition, we also talk about the rights of not only human beings, but also trees and plants which have their rights. Though this has become the part of Western tradition only in the 20th century, if you look at our Indian philosophical tradition, ancient Indian philosophical tradition, one can see how Indian philosophers considered the trees and plants and animals, animate beings and inanimate beings as equal to one's own self. But in the 20th century, Leopold talks of the land ethics. Of course, this is not new to our Indian tradition because the Mother Earth is represented by the land ethics in Leopold's conception. And he said that a theory is right when it tends to preserve the integrity, stability, and beauty of the biotic community. Though Leopold has emphasized this in the 20th century, if you look at Indian philosophical tradition, especially in the Vedic and Upanishadic tradition, one can see how there is a harmony between human beings and nature. And in Indian understanding, we see a close and intimate relationship between man and nature. The Indian ecocentrism is based on what we call the interpersonal understanding of human beings and nature. In fact, Indian ecocentrism explains the need for reinterpreting the notions to show its relevance to the contemporary world. What I am humbly submitting here is that our Vedic, the Upanishadic, and in Indian philosophical tradition is very much relevant for the contemporary world. Indian ecocentrism takes into account the entire world, which includes everything in the biosphere. In fact, we can talk about the need for a change in our attitude towards nature. In other words, there is a need for shift in our understanding and thinking. In fact, I would argue that every individual and every creature has intrinsic dignity and inalienable rights, and each one of them has an inescapable responsibility for what he does. In fact, I would say the responsibility starts with the individuals. The role of bioethics, biosafety, the ethical implications of genetic engineering are important in the contemporary world. But theoretical discussion alone will not help. In fact, Professor Bhatt, the morning has very clearly pointed out that there should be a unity between theory and practice. So, the solution to the problem lies in application of the theories that are formulated to the issues that is possible only through the help of philosophers. It deals with problems connected with man and nature. Individual action is a necessary prerequisite because what I am doing would affect the entire society. So individual action is important. So individual action is necessary prerequisite for developing a better world. Individual shortcomings can destroy the harmony and the peace of any relationship, but collectively they can have global consequences. Here I would like to quote Sartre, a very beautiful example of a Chinese farmer who has been cutting the trees in the forest thinking that his individual act will not affect others. But every individual has been doing the same act, and as a result of that, there is a soil erosion, and as a result of which the whole village has been destroyed. So the responsibility should start with the individual. Today, there is a greater concern than before about the depleting natural resources, the increasing burden of population on the earth, the militarization of the globe, nuclear waste, the negative impact of increasing pollution in alarming magnitude, and as a consequent, ecological decline is happening in all aspects of life. In fact, philosophers develop, especially Indian philosophers develop what is known as biophilia, which says there is an emotional affiliation of human beings to other living beings. In fact, the entire Indian philosophical tradition talks about how there exists an intimate relation among inanimate and animate. In fact, if you look at the Vishishtadvaita tradition, it talks about three realities. The first reality is a supreme being, that is Chit. And there is also Achit, which is, the one is Brahman, the other one is Chit, and the third one is Achit. So all the three are considered as three eternal realities. So they have taken into account both animate and inanimate, Brahman, the Chit, and also Achit. And their respect for life is very much emphasized by our Indian philosophers. But in the West, there are thinkers like Arnenius in the 20th century developed what is known as a deep ecology. In fact, in the evening session, our senior professor Bhatt sir made a distinction between deep ecology and shallow ecology and argued that the Westerners have not understood the distinction between these two. It is true that Arnenius made a distinction between deep ecology and shallow ecology, and he has argued that shallow ecology has its own limitation, but the deep ecology, which otherwise he calls it as ecosophy T, explains that eco-philosophy or deep ecology as a concern for the entire society. But this is a philosophical development that took place in the 20th century by the writing of Arnenius. But if you look at our Indian philosophical tradition, it is very clearly mentioned in the Vedic tradition that there is no question of a shallow ecology in Indian tradition, because we have been considering only the deep ecology, wherein we take into account everything, whether it is a living being or whether it is a non-living being. So everything is important for Indian philosophical tradition. In fact, shallow ecology makes human beings the sole focus of value. That is, in shallow ecology, we think everything exists for the sake of human beings. But in deep ecology, it has a concern for the biosphere. So what is needed is the humans, nature, society. They form a triangle relationship. Human participation is important. Care and concern is very important. Human activities such as direct harvesting of species, introduction of alien species, habitat destruction, and various forms of degradation have caused dramatic loss of biodiversity. Current extinction rated are estimated to be 100 to 2,000 times higher than pre-human extinction rates. In fact, it is the need of that is in the new normal concept, which we are talking about now. The new normal concept, scientists and research institutions have to collaborate more closely to evolve new strategies for a sustainable utilization of a wetland ecosystem. In fact, there is a need for a dialogue among the scientists and ecology researchers for preserving the wetland systems that have been used and abused for generations. So the new normal methodology, which we are talking for the past 2 months in the COVID situation, should help us in this direction. Recently, it has been pointed out that in India, there is 10% increase in rainfall and the rise in temperatures precipitated by climate change. So the consequence of such phenomena would include frequent flooding of wetlands and lengthy droughts. So what we need is what we call the universal ethics. Now, the basic principle of universal ethics is love thy neighbor as thyself. The universal ethics is a synthesis of different traditions and aspects of biological, social, and spiritual heritage that we have. In fact, it has been said that a new direction for understanding the individual as well as social relation should pave the way for the intercultural understanding. In fact, nowadays we talk about what we call the environmental auditing. It is nothing but a mechanism for assessing the impact of an existing industrial or commercial operations on the environment. So it needs collection, evaluation, and documentation of sufficient evidence to establish that the operation is in accordance with the standards. So, in short, one can say there is an inseparable relation between tradition and nature. Humans must know how to live with our environment with peace and free from conflict. Sufficient care has not been taken in to understand the traditional methods of preserving nature. This has led to innumerable environmental problems. Now, for example, there is I am concluding in 2 minutes. There is an ecological awareness which is manifested in Chipko movement, thanks to Gandhi and Bahuguna and Prasad Bhatta and others. And in the wake of Chipko movement, the government became more and more aware of a declining food productivity, the loss of soil fertility due to the loss of forest cover, and the alarming nature of floods. So we have to understand that forests are not production centers, but the protection centers. During king's rule in the ancient period, large lakes and ponds were excavated and collect and conserve water. And rainwater draining channels are linked to temples, for example, temple tanks, in such a way that rainwater never being drained everywhere. So in Indian tradition, there is a holistic approach. In fact, there is a awareness that is once again coming back to our citizens of India, and as a result of that, I am sure that we can win over this corona. And I have few concluding remarks. These are my concluding remarks. One is there should be harmony with nature, and there should be what is called the peaceful coexistence. There should be sustainable development, and there should be appreciation of nature and preservation for the future. And traditional values are very important. They have to preserve. And love, there should be love towards the entire cosmos, and there should be involvement of the community. And responsibility and commitment is also needed, and there is also need to reconstruct and revisit the way of living, the present way of living. So with these few words, I would like to conclude, and I am very grateful to Gopinathji for giving this wonderful opportunity. And in fact, Shantigiri Ashram has been doing wonderful service to the humanity. It is a great spiritual center. We have been very much influenced by great Acharya Karnagara Guru, and I am very grateful for sharing some of my views during this period. Thank you very much, Gopinathji. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Pannurselvam. So your scholarly presentation has given enough food for thoughts and our deliberations. Because getting on Indian philosophy and Western philosophy, you have made the subject, the focus of our conference, more enriched, more meaningful. So let me thank you. Thank you, Professor Pannurselvam.
Thank you.
Let me invite Dr. Sushin Dubey to make his presentation. Dr. Sushin Dubey, is he present? Dr. Sushin Dubey, are you present? Yeah, Dr. Sushin Dubey. So his career in the Indian Council of Philosophical Research as a program officer, I find that he has been the moving spirit behind a lot of discourse that has been taken place under the banner of ICPR for quite some time. And I understand that he has done tremendous research work in various systems of Indian philosophy, especially in yoga. He has authored several books on yoga and other systems of philosophy. And let me invite Dr. Sushin Dubey to make his presentation. Dr. Sushin Dubey.
Namaskar to everyone.
Yeah.
And as my turn came for speaking, who was controlling and supporting technically to all whose laptop suddenly got problematic. So I have come back with the mobile, and this is the program where we are discussing the post-pandemic global scenario and the new normal, a historical, political, and philosophical perspective. And as Professor Paneer Selvanji has put a broad title for his presentation, so here I also take opportunity to talk on a specifically and the topic which I would like to deal upon, new normal and need for well-being philosophy and yogic practices. So we are all in the crisis, in the period of this coronavirus, where we are troubled, we are worried, we are conscious, we are aware, we are locked-jammed, we are at social distancing, we are at home, and these all terms which I have used now defining new normals. Again, I would like to compare in this my small presentation, which is limited to 10 minutes, of course, which has not been possible in other speakers earlier. Like to compare this situation of new normal and coronavirus pandemic, in which we are at war at the global level. And of course, we are fighting with our own spirit, with our own health, we are mobilizing our all energy channels, our own psychic force, as has been talked about, our spirit towards the well-being of not only to us, but our family, to our society, to our nation, and at the global level also. And here I put the word which is rather most important and need of the time as the well-being of all. And as already talked, a word for this, for Indian scenario in our Sanatan tradition, Indian philosophy, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which is originating or which is propelling or which is realized after the sattvic gunas which have been talked in the scriptures. Without this, or without being trained on it, or without being tuned on this, we cannot be in tune of other psychic being, other living being, other spirits, and as a whole, in a whole cosmos or all living being. So this is what I like to focus, new normal as a philosophy of well-being. This new normal has emerged, if I like to compare with Western philosophical tradition, then the linguistic philosophy which got boost from Ludwig Wittgenstein at the time back, at the time of First World War, like here we are with the Corona War, where he sat in the war room and he thought of all the formulas or formulating the Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus, which was published in 1921 by the Bertrand Russell. What I would like to mention here, the world has become the totality of facts to him, and we being here at home and connected with this, our Google Meet platform, which has limited our physical activities to virtual activities, and the world which from the physical world has now become more as virtual world, where we are more on social media, we are more on our connectivity through mobiles, our connectivity to this kinds of webinars where we are discussing, where we are focusing on, where we should channelize our academic energy, our thinking energy, our endeavor, our collective endeavor, our health focus, all these things. Secondly, from Ludwig Wittgenstein, from the totality of facts, from where the philosophy, linguistic philosophy, where the language game, where the analysis for the language got restrained, I again would like to compare the current situation with the existential philosophy, particularly with the one name earlier taken by our respected Professor Paneer Selvam-ji, Professor Jean-Paul Sartre, who again was in the war room in 1945. He was sitting and also reading the Heidegger, which influenced a lot, not only his thinking, but Jean-Paul Sartre through his existential philosophy, where he found himself as disoriented, as we are finding sitting in our room, that we are not able to move much in our activities, from where we have boosted our energy, where we have boosted our activities earlier, from home to office to country to global citizen, with all our energetic endeavor. Now we are confined to home. So by reflection, I do find this as the problem with the new normal and existential philosophy, which I have brought only to compare that in the war room, they also found in the same situation, and what the existential philosophy formulated or advised for the authenticity, they have dealt in their existential way towards the disoriented feelings, and what has been advised to be more authentic. Here we are dealing with the problem of equitable distribution of whatever. We have the problem of the labors in our country. We have the problems of the people who have not been able to earn their livelihood during the lockdowns. So, being authentic, that I would like to take from the Western philosophy, is our duty to tackle whatever around us, being new normal. And it is not in this state of balance. It is a kind of disbalance with either our neighborhood fellow being, or the people on the street, or the person in our office, or wherever. As the philosophy of well-being, I would like to care, and also like to invite others also to take care as an authentic being, as our duty to consider whatever most given to them in the form of either their psychological well-being, or from our part, whatever we can distribute, we can donate, or from the part of our charity actions. So this is again new normal and demanding from our side, and it is again with the philosophy of well-being. Philosophy, as all we know, always enlighten us for the wisdom and the wise. We are now at the stage of coronavirus, where we are fighting for the existence of humanity or humankind, or a health, or for our all fellow citizens who are equally important as we are our own selves. So the feeling of this brotherhood has taken again a new normal. With this thing, with the philosophy of well-being, I also invoke a philosophy of insecurity, particularly the psychological insecurity that news, that talking on, or our tendency to find out the corona cases every day. I'm talking very lightly or very generally on the matter. They are all feeling a insecure feeling within ourselves. But what I would like to attract the attentions of all, that this insecure feeling has boosted our own psychic towards our own energetic channel, our own pranic channel, where we are more aware not only about our healthy lifestyle, but also the environmental crisis, pollutions, which I have already talked about earlier, but also the food habits, the hygienes. These practice in post-pandemic, this coronavirus, not only very much important and guiding force for us, but they will again supporting us in future also after the corona pandemic for our healthy well-being. So this has again become the new normal, to become more aware about our healthy practices, which we might have perhaps become less aware or less practicable. Had it been so, perhaps we could have much more restricted in the numbers of corona patients, particularly in India, where we had started lockdown when the numbers of coronavirus patients were only in hundreds. So this feeling of well-beingness, our endeavor to make others also well-being, I would like to invite for our philosophical community as a being new normal. Again, I would like to take attention for the yoga, as we are tending towards the International Yoga Day immediately after 4 days. Yoga in itself, the word imbibing so many meanings out of 355 various meanings attached with the word yoga, it gives the feeling of course, already talked in earlier to me from the USA about the yoga as a whole, which is uniting, which is a force, which is giving a sense of oneness to all from our own existence, our own material existence, our own prakritic existence, that is the 24 elements have been talked about the yoga philosophy, to the spiritual or to the conscious element, that is the Purusha. Practically, I like to invite the yogic practices, particularly the pranayama practices, the prana, which is a vital force, a force which is in the form of 25,000 respirations in 24 hours every day, is giving energy, is giving boost, and it's giving, of course, in corona pandemic, which is causing health hazards to death to the respiratory system. So this pranic energy we need to more take, inhale, or more focus through the yogic practices to become more energetic, more vital, more immune, and to more positioned with our own healthy lifestyle through yogic practices. As I understand, we have already passed to the time which is now for the next session, and we have also crossed the time which have been put for the discussion. So I would like to take the opportunity to thank all our distinguished participants, not only from our India, but from the abroad also, who have been joining here, and of course, Dr. Gopinath Pillai and Swami Atmanandji, who are the collaborator in organization of this program with the Indian Council of Philosophical Research. I thank to all, and also giving me opportunity and listening. Thank you.
Dr. Sushinji, thank you, because you have made a very scholarly presentation on well-being, grounding on philosophical premises and practical premises. So the relevance of yoga and other kriyas in well-being, you have beautifully brought about. I think now it is time for discussion, because we need some discussion, and we are open for discussion. I invite Professor Sebastian Velasheri to make some observations or questions.
Gopinathji, may I suggest one thing?
Yeah.
1 minute.
Yeah.
Our viewers have posted so many their observation in not only live stream, but maybe here in the chat box of our Google Meet. So some questions may take.
Yeah, I know that.
So I invite your attention there.
I know that. Okay. So, Professor Sebastian Velasheri, would you like to ask some questions or observations?
I don't want to ask any question now. That's it.
Then let me invite others. So I invite the participants to make observations or to put questions to our learned speakers, because we have heard a very good number of scholars who have already spoken. Please come out with some basic questions for further deliberation, please. Please. Davedi, please ask the question. Please. Davedi? Oh, Davedi is your microphone.
We defined. Hello.
Yeah. Now it is on.
Mic is open. This GDP growth and all those things. I think there is a need to define some index also for spiritual development, so that we know what is the growth rate of spiritual development and what is the growth rate of economic development. There is a need to increase the growth rate for the spiritual development. There is a need to define an index for that.
So, Dr. Surendra Pokrana, you are asking this to any particular speaker? Are you asking to any particular speaker this question?
That's a general to actually all the panelists.
So, please, somebody from panelists, please answer to this question, please.
If nobody is attempting, then I will answer.
Okay.
Sure, thank you.
So, Davedi, would you like to answer along with the Sushimji? Davedi?
Yes, sir. This is a very good question. How to develop the spiritual side of the individual? Is it the question?
The spiritual index, some kind of spiritual index, actually for a macroscopic group, actually for a country or for a society or something like that. Just like
Yes,
we talk about GDP, we talk of GDP and its growth rate.
Yes.
In the same way, we should talk of spiritual development also quantitatively, and we fix up a number, we define it for various countries and say for which country it is more, for which country it is less. So there is a competition for spiritual development there instead of economic development, because economic development is basically actually the cause of many of the environmental problems. They need to have a good shift in this.
Yes, I'm very glad that such a question is being asked, because this is the fundamental concept which we all are deliberating. Spiritual development, the index of spiritual development depends on the sum total of the general welfare of the society that can be expressed in terms of the social harmony in society at different levels, then harmony in the society, in the mental level, agreement and the consensus and the unanimity level. So these are the basic index numbers we can talk of as we are talking of the GDP and the economic development, per capita income, and the price index as we are quantifying. So also we can also quantify this by watching whether the crime rate has gone down, whether the crime rate has increased, whether the social unrest on the number of social discord, social violence, whether these have been reduced, and also if we look at the intellectual, the academic side of the spiritual development, we also can measure it by seeing whether the truths that are expressed in different religions of the world, whether these are also explained, understood. So tranquility, peace, harmony, and interpersonal relationship, all these are the index of spiritual development. So if we can somehow keep the record of these incidents and events, like for example, today, I feel today our whole conference is a spiritual, it's in spiritual, you can measure it in the spiritual index. If every speaker is speaking from his angle, from her angle, from understanding, but we are all accepting it in a spirit of unanimity and consensus. So this is the indication of the spiritual.
I think no, this topic.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Professor
Gopi, can I?
Dr. Chapley, you have a question from Aman Bagte. She wants
Gopi,
to ask you, Professor Chapley, Christopher Chapley. Somebody is asking you, how many people from America practices the yoga in this pandemic period? Has they satisfied with this therapy? Professor Christopher, can you answer?
Yes, I can speak to that.
Yeah.
Approximately 25 million people, so maybe 8 to 10% of the population of America practice yoga on a regular basis, and they will have more time because people are generally not leaving their home, and they are using this as a way to find centering and grounding. The proliferation of online mediated yoga has grown, more than doubled. Many people will go to online delivery for yoga classes and for meditation classes, alongside with the rise of interest and the rise of people actually doing yoga is a movement toward meditation as well. So these have helped to stabilize people. We hear Gandhi being invoked very frequently. We hear the need for personal responsibility, as we find in the Bhagavad Gita, becoming part of the languaging of America. And it's actually a very good moment for contemplative reflection.
So, Professor, do you think that after this pandemic, more Americans will turn to Indian way of life like this? Do you think so?
It's an interesting time, and it could be. So many issues also in regard to slaughterhouses. The slaughterhouses have become a focal point for illness. And this is bringing to people's awareness the devastation caused by the mass consumption of meat. And there's a true emergence of alternative diets throughout America as well. And although it may be not an overwhelming majority, the conscience of a minority always pushes the needle of societal norms.
Thank you. Anurima Bhattacharya wants to ask a question to Sushruti. Please ask.
I would like to sincerely thank our Christopher Chapel ji, because what he told actually that is also my experience. But one point I would like to bring to the notice of Christopher ji, that if the population of a country, if a critical minimum, the threshold population, if they can turn to the spiritual side of life, I think there will be a huge breakthrough in the spiritual evolution of consciousness on earth. And I personally feel America holds the key, because not only several millions of Americans are actually practicing yoga, but I feel personally there are several millions who are sincerely thinking in the spiritual way for the whole universe. But my personal feeling is, Chapel ji, that this number must reach the threshold zone. If the America's population is 300 million, we should aim at a minimum of 50 million people on the American continent to develop interest in the spiritual evolution of their own individual life. This is my personal assessment. So, and it's a great occasion just to listen to you,
Thank
to
you.
see you.
Thank you, Swamiji. Thank you. Thank you, Swamiji.
What is your assessment? Do you think that this pandemic will induce at least another 2 million Americans to look to the other side of life? What is your assessment?
Yes, the assessment of the various surveys done by the Yoga Alliance and by a periodical called Yoga Journal show yearly increase in number of people who are practicing yoga regularly. And this has not been reversed. It's never gone downward. It's only gone upward. And I think that bodes well. And the willingness of people to see the connection between their personal life decisions in terms of consumer habits is very Gandhian, in a sense of people want to do less harm. People want to adopt the green lifestyle. People are seeing the importance of wise food choices. And they are also having their hearts opened by a deeper awareness, as was mentioned by Dr. Dietrich, deeper awareness of the sins of history and finding greater resolve for the mutual uplift of all, and a refusal to see people as other, refusal to see people as different. And this, I think, bodes very well for an improved future.
Yes, I thank you very much. Actually, that
So
we also feel.
Yeah.
Just say, this is a very great thing that is actually taking shape in the most developed country of the world.
So, Sushanji, you have some questions. Sushanji, please answer because time is running out. Please ask.
Yes.
Yeah.
Dr. Anurima Bhattacharya.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
She wanted to say something, then I will see 2 questions along with her. I will reply.
You can
Hello.
answer together.
Hello, sir.
Please.
Hello. I'm Anurima Bhattacharya, teaching philosophy in the University of North Bengal. Sir, actually, I feel that we are all in such a position that we are compulsorily distanced socially, at least physically. If not, I consider it socially.
Please ask the question. Please ask the question. Yeah.
Yes, sir. So isn't it a peculiar challenge for all of us that we are heading at in the sense of thinking of social harmony in a global sense and definitely locally at a stage when we are supposed to be absolutely distanced, socially distanced for sure. So isn't it a peculiar challenge that we are thinking of social harmony at an era when we are socially distanced? Thank you.
Thank you. Let me connect you because you have talked about the social distancing and with the social harmony. Please, I invite you to come back on the well-being. If you are doing any social distancing, it is not with the spirit of distancing, but is the spirit of the well-being of our own selves and the persons who are near to us. So this is what the social distancing. And very briefly, I would like to come upon the 2-3 other questions, and one by Dr. Aman Bagreji, who is joining from Maharashtra. Actually, I took the reference of Ludwig Wittgenstein or philosophy, linguistic philosophy, only to compare the world which has become the totality of facts, how it has come. This philosophy was thought being sitting in the war room, and the world has become the totality of facts. So we being at the home, also through the virtual reality, it is the totality of facts only because we are not in the live contact. The next one, Dr. Pratibha Sharma is from Delhi. She has asked about the sharp turn in ethical values, and sharing being social and other like practices were supposed to be social values, but these practices are totally abandoned. So let us not say that these practices are totally abundant, but they have been much more practiced by those who have been feeding to the poor, to the needy. Of course, the items which are highlighted in the news that the people are stranded, people are hungry, people are dying, to take our attention, to cope up with the situations, to tend more to those people. But being the population of 1.3 billion, we have been managing, and of course we have been managing this thing with this our virtual conference also, where our honorable HRD minister has told all our academic person as the corona warriors, where we are dealing with our own way, where we are sensitizing. So with this brief thing, I again would like to thank you.
So we will go to the next session because it is time is running out. So in the next session, we have Professor David Lawrence, Sri Carlos Guzman from Mexico, Dr. David Mitchell, Professor Balaganapathy, and Professor Rajashekharan Nair. I am postponing my presentation to the next day because of we are running out of time. So let me invite Professor David Lawrence. He is a professor in the Department of Philosophy, North Dakota University, USA. And I have noticed that he also has done tremendous contributions in disseminating philosophical insights in American society. And especially, he has been keen in addressing the marginalization of this disadvantaged groups across the world. And he has been heading some movements in that respect. And let me invite Dr. David Lawrence to make his presentation. Professor David Lawrence. Hello, Professor David Lawrence. Hello, Professor David Lawrence? Yeah. Can you hear? He's muted, I think. Sushimji?
Professor David Lawrence ji, actually he is presenting. He need not to put or press the present now button. He will be visible automatically when he will speak.
Please start speaking.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, we are hearing you. We are hearing you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your introduction and inviting me. I'll talk rather bluntly about commercialism. I'm sorry for my speech deficit and my facial spasms. I'll talk rather bluntly about commercialism, narcissism, that's self-love for the lower self, or in abhimana and so on, and the contemporary health and political crises, the urgency of retrieving traditional wisdom and ethics in dharma. Okay, to further clarify what follows, I submit, I'm not going to focus on South Asia, but I'll come back to it. To further clarify what follows, I submit that classic communisms or neoliberal free market capitalism do not fully work. I personally, just to clarify, would advocate some sort of combination of democracy, limited and regulated capitalism, and strong, intelligent social and environmental programs. That has worked, and I do not care whether one calls it democratic socialism, Green Party, or something else. I will focus on the paradigmatic and influential case of how the United States has dealt with the contemporary pandemic and related issues, and then expand outward to discuss the world, including South Asia. Humans have various needs and desires, such as eating, security, and so on, of which we are all familiar. Some of our instinctual urges are useful in moderate amounts. If one lives in the forest and one finds something oily or sweet, a small amount of that may be helpful. However, with the accumulation of extra resources, we indulge in large quantities of various forms of need satisfaction. Technology from the beginning has developed more and more efficient ways to satisfy our desires and needs. Modernization and the Industrial Revolution brought in the most efficient means to provide instant gratification. The associated commercialism has catered towards a mentality of obtaining maximum customer satisfaction. I believe that this, combined with the erosion of family, community, spirituality, and ethics, global forms of dharma, we can say, has led to the prevalence of extreme narcissistic individualism and sociopathy. Unlimited and unregulated capitalism and commercialism are like alcohol or opium. Although it is great if there is any help in overcoming poverty and disease, the whole world has become addicted to different degrees. The U.S., rightly or wrongly, has often been perceived around the world as a paragon of modernization. Therefore, citizens and residents of this country have drunk a vast amount of the alcohol. This has led to great consequences for the U.S., more slowly occurring in the rest of the world, everywhere, including India, partly under the neo-colonial influence of the U.S. Christopher Lasch already identified the basic problem in the 1970s in a book about America called The Culture of Narcissism. And the situation is much more extreme now. Although I don't want to go far into politics, some believe that the current American president is God or a messianic chosen one. In my view, one of his distinctive features is a profound narcissism and sociopathy. One major reason for his following among a large section of the population is that he embodies the very characteristics toward which narcissists and sociopaths, particularly American ones, aspire. The characteristics described also underlie the current resistance to truth and science. There is reluctance to follow science or the advice of scientists or anything contrary to the self-interest of the leader, various allies or privileged groups or corporations. In the U.S. and throughout the neoliberal world, there is a systematic program underway to neglect or destroy the humanities and social sciences, except for economics and professional disciplines. Frequent discussions and forums in these areas from U.S. public universities and even much of Asia and Europe will attest to this. Besides narcissism, probably the most consequential, others have talked about this in their own ways, an influential program of the American leader is the promotion of white supremacy. My late colleague, the philosopher Donald Pushkin, used to predict that there would be a backlash to some of the positive features of globalization: multiculturalism, multiracialism, tolerance, and dialogue. Negative ones include interrelated neocolonialism, monopolies, and labor exploitation. Anyway, this is exemplified particularly in the good side, is exemplified particularly in the election of Obama as president. Anyway, the president is now aggravating a legacy of racism from the original colonial conquest, genocide, and xenophobia, slavery, and segregation. In other countries, there have also been enlivened ancient, along with post-colonial, ethnic, racial, and religious tensions. These have developed parallel to and with the support of the U.S. Recently, there have been global protests instigated by a murder showing systemic police racism and brutality in the States. Returning to the current pandemic, China seems to have originally hidden it, although more recently to have dealt with it effectively. The U.S. president banned travel from there, but had initially and more recently allowed many more to travel from that country and Europe, which had previously become the epicenter. The U.S. later has become the epicenter. We delayed action for a couple months. There has been, not like India, there has been a grossly insufficient number of tests in the States, and the number of cases appears to have been underestimated. I'm almost done. To make things look better. In line with white supremacy, less privileged groups have been given the greatest victims. The U.S. briefly closed, but the president has refused to follow the advice of scientists about testing, treatments, and premature opening. Basically, just to look better, and because many want to return to business, the country and much of the world have largely reopened. Despite the warnings of scientists, the number of new cases are increasing again, and most experts say that we are heading towards a resurgence. Everywhere, death and damage are growing, particularly in the so-called economically less developed, neglected. That's the presupposition of capitalism. Everything less than capitalism is less developed, neglected and exploited world. South Asia, an analogous global dharma, cannot entirely solve the contemporary crisis. However, what Kenyan philosopher Henry Aruka described as the folk sagacity, wisdom, sagacity of oral and written religious, cultural, and ethical traditions is essential to providing a wise and effective response to crises. Religious, ethical, and family traditions could have complemented and moderated neoliberalism and prevented the present crises from exploding as much, and they still can. We still can moderate and complement them. We need principles to resist addiction to the opium of modern life. Spirituality, everywhere, malls, they're the same. An Indian mall is the same as a mall in Hong Kong and in Africa and in Chicago. It's all the same. Spiritually, Dharma also gives us security facing the current peril for our very lives. Complementing the folk sagacity of religious and cultural traditions is what Aruka called the philosophical sagacity employing critical reason. In my opinion, what the U.S. and much of the world need is more competent leaders who will follow dharmic as well as the basic modern values of equality and social justice as well as science. While science does not supply a complete picture of the world, it does provide an important practical tool. I am grateful to Shantagiri for its teachings of the ancient Dharma traditions in its own community, India, and worldwide, such as in organizing the present conference.
Thank you, Professor David Lawrence. Even if you were not keeping well, we are immensely thankful to you for joining us. And as your presentation reveals, you have been raising your voice against the Western hegemony or marginalized cultures, I understand. Always you have been a champion in the fight against the Western hegemony against these marginalized cultures. And I think under your guidance, more people will join your movement, and I hope that you will get well soon. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Next, let me invite Sri Carlos Guzman from Mexico, who is, the director of an institution called NANMA, and he has been championing a cultural movement across Mexico, and very often he appears on the Mexican TV, and he guides a sizable number of people to positive values, and he runs a lot of programs in that respect to guide the youths to positive values and developing positive approaches. And he is a devotee of Shantagiri Ashram. Let me invite Carlos Guzman to make his presentation. Carlos Guzman, please. Carlos Guzman, please make your presentation. Is there any obstruction?
No.
Oh, okay, please.
Okay.
Okay, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, good. Wonderful, wonderful. Sadhguru Sharanam. My dear brothers and sisters, hope you are all in good health and also united with your families in these difficult times. For me, it is an honor and a privilege to have the opportunity to explain this topic. These practical advices I am going to talk about are based on emotional intelligence, positive psychology, science of happiness, and neuroscience. One of my fundamental objectives in this webinar is to make you understand the functioning of our being at a physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual levels at critical moments, in order to be able to coherently face any difficult situation and be able to live a life of much, much better quality. If we want to have a good physical health, it is necessary to have a holistic health. That is to say, health in our physical, mental, and emotional bodies. We can clearly observe that the instructions we have been given by health and government authorities are focused basically on the care of our physical body. But what about our mental and the emotional bodies? Aren't they also very important? In addition to the physical body, we have a mental and an emotional body. These three bodies are holistically linked, and the state of health of one can affect the other two, both positively and negatively. If one is unbalanced or weak, it can weaken the condition of the other two. I would like to clarify that the current pandemic is part of a very strong purification process for all of us. But remember, God is always just and perfect in his actions. So we will always receive what we deserve according to the divine law. Obviously, there's a cause in what we are living now, and we are actually reaping the consequences. The pandemic itself represents a great opportunity for us to evolve. There's a reason for everything that happens in this universe, but we must realize that we are indeed responsible for everything that happens to us. We must have the firm resolution that there is perfection behind our destinies. Everything obeys a divine cause, and it is always for our own good. On certain occasions, it is not God who is behind a certain situation, but the consequences that we have derived from our actions are the product of our unconsciousness. For example, a friend buys a very fast motorcycle and he decides to take a trip to a nearby city. The problem is that he drives recklessly at high speed, colliding with a truck, suffering a serious accident and being paralyzed. Obviously, this was a product of his recklessness, and God has nothing to do with this. Benefits from our tests. Remember that the tests that come into our lives are disruptive to the ego. They are painful to us, but constructive to the soul. They are uplifting. We inevitably feel pain because of our tests. That's a natural thing. However, we choose whether to continue or stop that suffering. That is up to us. If we accept our destiny as it comes, we can lessen the suffering. Another enormous benefit of being in conformity with our destiny is that this makes us evolve enormously. Enormously. This is something that my guru has shown me through darshans, spiritual visions. Accepting God is accepting creation itself. We must be very careful on this point. By accepting our destinies, by accepting everything and everyone, it is when we truly are accepting God. Accepting God is not simply saying, God, I know you exist. I know you are there. I love you and I have a lot of faith in you. No, nothing like that. The real acceptance of God is accepting our destinies as they are, whatever they may be. And when we accept everything and everyone as they are, then we can evolve spiritually at a very, very high pace. Love, humility, and respect can multiply the positive results in soul's evolution. Now I would like to cite 3 Guru Vanis from our Guru, Navayoti Shri Karunagara Guru. To attain perfection in knowledge, combined effort is needed. Viewpoint based on caste, creed, and nation will not do. A concerted effort in which all ideologies meet in friendliness is essential. Our Guru always used to talk to us about togetherness, about love, which lead us to multiplying the positive results on what we do and attain a higher spiritual evolution in a much more dynamic way. Each one of us is the holder of a karma, action of leadership that is responsible for a household. This karma is led to fullness when man and woman complement each other. Here, Guru is trying to make us understand benefits derived from a karma get multiplied when love, understanding, and togetherness are present. This is the next Guru Vani. We would get whatever is deserved only out of karma, actions performed with love, humility, and respect. Devoid of love, bereft of guidance, whatever is vainly boasted of us would be accomplished, would go in vain. Nothing would come out of that. This means that the benefits get multiplied when we perform karma with others based on love, humility, and respect. But devoid of these qualities, spiritual evolution cannot be optimized. Remember, love, humility, and respect are essential in performing karma to get a connection with God. And when you get a connection with God, evolution takes place, obviously. You cannot change your future, but you can change your habits, and your habits will change your future. Abdul Kalam, former president of India. We are creatures of habit. Studies by neurobiologists, cognitive psychologists, and others indicate that from 40 to 95% of human behavior, how we think, what we say, and what we do is a result of a habit. That means that 40 to 95% of our decisions are habitual. We are running like robots. Then try to build new and nourishing habits in yourself, such as positive thinking, gratitude, empathy. And be very careful to run on automatic pilot. Be more mindful of what you do. We must mentally convince ourselves that the process we're living is going to take a long time. We must face it as if we were running a long race, a very long race, a marathon, with patience, discipline, positivity, and determination. Try to avoid boredom, because idleness is the mother of all vices. Try to keep yourself busy. We must constantly look for activities to carry out. I would like to give you some tips on generating balance and harmony in yourself. I am going to tell you how to generate good neurochemicals such as dopamine for generating well-being and peace, endorphins for happiness, serotonin for empowerment and self-esteem, and also oxytocin for love and empathy. These neurochemicals help us generate good health in the physical, mental, and emotional bodies. How we can generate those wonderful neurochemicals? I will tell you how. A good massage makes you feel relaxed. Rub your arms and legs for 1 or 2 minutes. This is a wonderful thing to generate the 4 neurochemicals of happiness: dopamine, endorphins, serotonin, and oxytocin. Try to include physical exercise in your daily routine. Try to meditate every day, as this balances you and reduces stress automatically. Stretch your body several times during the day. This makes you feel more relaxed. If you have a pet, caress it. Remember events from the past that generated happiness in you, and then relive them mentally and emotionally. Feel them, live them, relive them. Focus on the positive in life. Think of something rewarding for yourself. Try to bring to your mind your marriage, your first love, the best birthday gift you received, whatever you want. Positive things. You will experience a feeling of immediate well-being. Hug and kiss your partner or your children frequently. Remember, they need you. You have to be present with them. Dance in your house from time to time. The level of cortisol, which is the stress hormone, diminishes automatically. Listen to relaxing music or that of your preference. This decreases anxiety and depression. Sing alone or in a group. Look directly into your partner's eyes for approximately 1 or 2 minutes. This is a wonderful exercise. But you must open your heart to your partner and bring to your mind positive events from your past with that person. This is a wonderful experience. You should try it. Have positive conversations with your partner, loved ones, or friends, showing empathy, understanding, and connecting with them. Talk about positive situations. Avoid always the negative ones. Negative talks generate negative energy in ourselves. Take a hot bath. This relaxes you and helps generate oxytocin, which makes you more loving. Avoid reading, watching, and listening to news, which usually are of a negative nature. This causes you to generate cortisol and adrenaline, creating stress in you, and also what I call infoxication, intoxication from all media and all those bad, really bad information we're getting through all this TV and everything. Tell and listen to jokes. You can find them in abundance on the internet. Be optimistic and positive in your way of thinking and acting. Please don't catastrophize your future. Try to read self-help books. This will positivize you, changing the way you think and act. Do creative mental visualization for 5 minutes. Close your eyes and visualize yourself in a very, very happy mood. Think about good things. Talking to your best friends, playing with them, and being happy always. Power pose exercise. This is a very, very effective exercise we should be doing every day. It only takes 2 minutes for doing it. Studies made by Amy Cuddy, a famous Harvard psychologist, show us that adopting an open posture, a high power posture such as this that you are seeing now, for only 2 minutes, that will increase the level of testosterone, which is the hormone of dominance, by 19%. That makes us feel safe and secure. And the level of cortisol decreases, that is the hormone of stress, and it decreases by 25%, eliminating tension and making us obviously feel much better. But try to avoid those low power poses. Look at them. Those are closed poses, low power poses, because they will increase the hormone of stress by 17% and decrease the hormone of dominance, of feeling secure, by 10%. So you will feel insecure and tense. As we can see, body language affects our internal good and bad chemicals enormously. Try to do this exercise in the morning to start the day in an optimal way, generating testosterone to elevate your self-esteem and diminish cortisol, the stress hormone. To increment the result of this exercise, you can also generate positive thoughts at the same time. At the same time you're doing the exercise, you can listen to music also. spiritual strength, optimism, and courage to live one's life. Long time back in Shantigiri Ashram in India, I was in front of my guru. I remember that I told him that I had been experiencing at that time many problems in my life regarding family, money, and work. He told me that I should have spiritual strength, optimism, and courage to live my life. What does this mean? We must ask God for spiritual strength, which provides us with the necessary inner force to avoid being negative, showing love, empathy, humility, and determination in everything we do. I heard many a times my guru saying to several Mexican disciples the phrase, "Be happy." Happiness is very important in our lives. Without happiness, it is very difficult to perform good karmas, good actions. Happiness is essential for all of us. We must have firm determination in everything we do. We must always be courageous in life. If you want to achieve something in life, make perseverance your loyal companion, optimism your fuel, faith in God your strength, experience your teacher, and courage in acting an infallible weapon to overcome anything that can obstruct your way to the end. Remember that you are the main writer, producer, director, and actor of the script of your life. It all depends upon you, only upon you. God bless you, my dear brothers and sisters. Thank you so much for listening to me. Sadhguru Ish.
So thank you, Carlos Guzman. So I find that taking cue from his guru, Navajyoti Sri Karunagara Guru, the founder guru of Shantigiri Ashram. So he has developed a life vision and practices and which he widely disseminates in Mexico. And the story, how he came to India and how he came across Navajyoti Sri Karunagara Guru is enchanting. From his early years onwards, he had a vision. And getting words from vision, he started his journey to India. And he went to several places searching this particular place. Ultimately, in vision itself, he got the words to go this direction, and ultimately he came to the abode of Guru, and that is how he was made a disciple of Navajyoti Sri Karunagara Guru. And I hope participants will ask him questions. And one Swamiji, this Atmananda Swamiji has sent a message. Thank you, great seer, for your excellent transmission. I could feel every word you are speaking is a flow of manifestation of your true spiritual life. Blessings and lovings, regards. So, thank you, Carlos Guzman. Let me invite Dr. David Mitchell. Let me invite Dr. David Mitchell, a professor in atmospheric science in the University of Nevada in USA. He is a disciple of Swami Sri Atmananda, and he has made tremendous contributions in his areas of research. Several research papers and findings he has already made, and I request Dr. Mitchell to make his presentation. Thank you.
I have an appointment to get to in a little bit, but I just wanted to say that I met Swami Sri Atmananda in 1995, and it was, as these things always are, they're meant to be. You can't really determine yourself when you meet the spiritual master or the guru. The universe is in control of all that. And it was clear that it was a match made in heaven, so to speak, because he had the spiritual scientific understanding I was looking for. So he basically made me a spiritual scientist.
Can I interrupt?
Yes.
Sorry, can I interrupt?
Yes.
Mr. David, please press presenting now button because your screen is infinite loop. Please do not press present now button.
What button?
That is the present now button. You please repress it. You are not appearing on the screen.
Oh. Click on present now. Okay.
Devashish, don't click anything. Don't click anything. You're good now. You're good. Just keep going now.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay. So, what Swami Atmananda taught a lot about was this principle of divine collaboration, and it's a process that you apply basic yogic principles to clear the human system. And he made us aware of Sri Aurobindo's human system and the physical, the vital, the mental, the intellect, the ego. And these components all need to be cleared. They all carry a certain karmic baggage that needs to be made transparent. And that the universe is always speaking to us all the time. We're just not able to receive the signal. Like, you could call it God or the Supreme or Divine Mother, whatever you want, but there's always some kind of communication in constant motion that we're trying to. What happens is our lower vital is not clear, and it distorts the signal coming from Divine Mother, Prakriti. And that distortion is causing us to take the wrong course most of the time. So if we could eliminate that distortion of the signal that's coming into our system, we would get back on track that God intended from the beginning, from the get-go. So we all have an evolutionary track that's assigned to us before we've come to Earth. And it's a matter of getting in sync with that evolutionary track that's already part of us, but it just needs to be activated. And you can tell when that track is activated, because before it's activated, you're having a lot of disharmony in your life. Like, you're not getting along with relationships, and things aren't going right in this area or that area of your life. There's some area of your life that's not in harmony. But when things harmonize, that's a sign that you're kind of moving to another stage, and that other stage is what I would call collaboration, where the universe, the signal from the universe is coming to you, and you're able to discriminate it and discern it and make sense out of it. And that's been my journey as a spiritual scientist to try to discriminate that signal and make it intelligible to my life. And it has really done remarkable things as a scientist. So I'll give an example. I had a sabbatical at National Center of Atmospheric Research in Colorado, and I was working on cirrus clouds. And when I got home after the sabbatical, I had this dream, and the dream was all this knowledge that I acquired during the sabbatical, but it was reorganized in a different form. And it was about how man could modify the climate. And this is a very controversial subject called climate engineering or climate intervention methods. And it's something that I didn't have any appetite for as a scientist. I had a basic attitude of hands off Mother Earth. We should never, do these kind of things. But given the situation that we're in, I looked at it a different way and said, well, there is a possibility this could be useful in the future. So I felt that it was not a normal dream, that it was had some other qualities. So I did an experiment and I submitted an abstract to the American Geophysical Union fall meeting, and the abstract was accepted, and they had a press conference called for that. And that was kind of a test. As a spiritual scientist, you put out, something like that to respond to the universe, and the universe responds back in a positive way. So that was an indication, okay, well, maybe I should proceed further on this. So then I went to the meeting, and they had a press conference, and a person invited me to write a paper on this, and I did that, and the whole thing went viral. So it became a very globally popular idea. It's one of the 3 main ideas right now for climate engineering. And only in this present time would such an idea make any sense at all, because of climate changes. So right now, the climate scientists are getting more interested in this because of the dire situation. We've squandered our time, as some of the people have talked about. And I see this as the effect of Tamas Guna, the 3 gunas, Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. Tamas is basically all about inertia, and that's what's causing the problems in the United States with the pandemic. It's all about inertia. People are just in denial. And the same thing is happening with climate science. Everybody's in denial. Not everybody, of course, but the scientists see what it is, but no one's listening to the scientists. So in this weird situation, such a strange idea as climate engineering might actually have a role to play. And I'm not trying to promote it, but I'm just trying to follow the signal. So it's really, as a yogi, you need to be neutral to all the politics and everything, and not get identified with the process going on around you. And if you can just keep that neutral state and be sensitive to the divine energies that are guiding you and feel those divine intuitions, you'll stay on the course that's meant to be. And you might not be able to see the final outcome of the process, but you're playing your role in the process. And that's all that really matters. It's kind of like a horse being blindfolded, taken out of the burning barn. And, you just trust your master to take you out. So that's just all I wanted to share.
Hello? Hello? Have you concluded? Hello?
So turn it.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Mitchell. And we expected more from you. So thank you. But your presentation, because your intuitive thinking and your disciplined spiritual life, how it benefited you in sorting out scientific equations. So it's very revealing and very interesting, and we are very glad to listen to Dr. Mitchell I hope the participants will ask you more clarification regarding your presentation. Thank you, Dr. Mitchell.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So let me invite Professor Balaganapathy, the chairperson, Department of Philosophy, Delhi University, and Professor Balaganapathy is because all the scholars in the realm of philosophy knows Professor Balaganapathy for his depth in philosophical concepts and his dynamic guidance, and he's a very enterprising professor who motivates students and scholars. And I invite Professor Balaganapathy to make a presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Gopinath. Good evening and good morning to friends from US. All the esteemed scholars and participants, good evening to you all. I know it's wrong time to talk now because friends from India, it's already dinner time for them. So probably most of them have left hungry. At the outset, let me thank Professor Gopinath Pillai for this wonderful invitation. And also I thank him for the kind words of introduction. Let me begin whatever I have in my mind to talk about. Okay. So the theme that is given to us by wonderfully formulated theme that is given to us by the organizers is the post-pandemic global scenario and the new normal, a historical, political, and philosophical perspective. Which is the post-pandemic new normal, the theme tries to tell us. If that is and try to understand how do we creatively engage with the future. Okay, how do we think of this future that a theme instigates to be about. So if that is the case, any venture to understand future has to root itself in the present and also in the past. Without that, we cannot go into the creatively imagine our future. So that's what makes me to come to and address 3 questions. I will not take much of your time. I would only address 3 questions that I have, and then I'll stop. The first question is, since we are talking about new normal, the first question that I have is, what is normal? What is normal against which we are thinking of new normal? Okay, this is the first question that I would address. And the second question that I would address is, what happened to the normal? So if there was some form of normal that was existent, then what happened to this normal? And the third question that I would try to address is, what occasions or what constitutes new normal that we are talking about? These are the 3 important questions for me. So that is how I depart from all the other friends, colleagues, and scholars who have talked much about what should be or what would be and what ought to be the new normal. Okay, I would base myself from past and the present. Okay, that is how I try to go into look at the future possibilities. So let me begin with the first question that I have raised. What is new normal? Okay. So what do we mean by this normal? Normal itself is a very disturbing kind of concept. I don't know. It requires sufficient exploration to understand what do we mean by normal, right? Sometimes this normal is naturalized one. We unfortunately or fortunately have naturalized this normal and think that it is normal. And beyond that, we don't know what this normal is. And also, we got used to it, so we accept it as normal. Okay, so that could be one of the understandings of normal. So if we take this to be the condition, let me understand the individual in relation to the world and the self. Okay, so for example, every human being, each one of us, act and react in the world, and act and react to the world, and act and react to the factual given world, okay, and situation. So every human being, he acts and reacts, and this action and reaction is in relation to the given and factual world that is in front of us. That is the existentialist thing that we are thrown into the factual world. So how does an individual act and react to the factual world, given world? He does that, or she does that, through the psychophysical and spiritual mechanism that he has. So through this psychophysical spiritual mechanism, the individual acts and reacts to the factual world. And what happens in the process is, it is not that though the factual world is a given one, the interaction of the self, okay, interaction of the psychophysical spiritual mechanism, the self that we call, with the factual world, is endowed with a lot of freedom. Okay, individual has freedom in interacting with the factually given world, and that is how there are mutual. They both self and the world, factual world, get mutually affected and mutually transformed. Okay, this is the normal with which we are quite comfortable. Okay, now what are the characteristics of this normal that we can understand? One of the most important characteristics of this normal is freedom. The individual will have the freedom to move around and freedom to interact with the factual world. And also one of the very fundamental concepts of this normal is repeatability. The actions of the individual are repeatable. Okay, only because it is repeatable, we consider it to be normal. Okay, the third important aspect is predictability. So only because it is predictable, we consider it to be normal. You cannot predict it. In such kind of situations, you don't consider it to be normal. So the fourth very important concept, which is related to the society and social relations as well, is trust. Okay, you trust that this would happen. You trust that the other would react in this way. You trust that whatever you are going to predict, predictability is possible because of the trust. And freedom is possible because of trust, and repeatability is possible because of the trust. So these four concepts, freedom, repeatability, and predictability, trust, these are the four important characteristics that define the normal that is with which we want to delve into. Okay, so this is what is normal to all of us. Now the second question is, what happened to this normal? So if we have to raise this question, we know when I said the individual human being acts and reacts to the factual world, this is what I said, through self, which means psycho-physical spiritual mechanism. And now the factual world that is given, okay, is suddenly suspended. Okay, so that is what has happened to the normal. See, until I have defined what is normal, now what has happened to the normal in the present situation is the factual world with which we are all interacting so far, at least till January 2020. Before January 2020, we have been interacting with the world and we are quite comfortable with it. We are able to predict what happens. We are able to trust the other. We are able to repeat our actions. We are able to exercise our freedom. And now in this COVID situation, what happened is the factual world is temporarily suspended, or if I can borrow phenomenology's concept, it is bracketed. Okay, the factual world which is in front of us is temporarily suspended and bracketed. This is what has happened. Okay, now this necessitates a kind of it affects each one of the concepts that I have mentioned. The freedom is affected, freedom of the individual is affected because the factual world is suspended, and freedom of predictability is suspended because I cannot predict what would happen tomorrow. And my trust for the other is also temporarily suspended because I don't know who is symptomatic and who is asymptomatic. And my understanding of my possibility of repeating my action and predictability of the future course of action are all temporarily suspended because the world, the factual world which is given to us is bracketed for the time being. It is not that the world is bracketed, the world is the same. But how we have bracketed it, and it is our epistemological bracketing that has happened in this process. So this, what does it do? This necessitates all our earlier understandings of humanness and also the other related concepts. All of them. Our own understanding of humanness in terms of rationality, in terms of whatever sociability, whatever. People have defined it saying that all human beings, man is basically a rational being, man is basically a social being. All these are temporarily bracketed. Okay, and they in fact, the present situation asks us to probably redefine such kind of conceptions that are provided to us, and this creates a kind of uncertainty. Okay, the suspension or bracketing of the factual world in our epistemology necessitates or creates a kind of uncertainty. So, what are these kinds of uncertainty that into which we are? Uncertainties are in terms of temporal uncertainty in the sense that the duration, how long is this suspension going to continue? We are not very sure. It may end tomorrow, or it may end after 1 year, or it may not end soon. So this kind of uncertainty regarding the time is one of the crucial aspects of this suspension of the factual world. And the second one is space. Which is safe is always a question. Now you don't know if you get out of your room, if you get out of your home, you're not very sure which is safe. So space and time have become such important concepts, and which are defining our certainty and uncertainty as well. The third one is, we all know that we can know something and something is unknown. Now the uncertainty became very important because now we know only half of the unknown. Okay, so if you know something, it is good. If you think that you don't know something, that is good. But if you know only half of the unknown, that creates a lot of disturbance and uncertainty. That's what COVID-19 situation is. Okay, you don't know. You only know half of the uncertainty, or half of COVID-19, half of the situation that resulted out of COVID-19, which creates a kind of uncertainty. So these three are the defining features of uncertainty in the present situation. And that is how the ontology is disturbed. The ontology of the human being is disturbed. How the individual human being relates himself to the other is under attack. Okay, this is the major concern which we have to take it into consideration. Now that the factual world is suspended, and what should we do with regard to the psychophysical mechanism that we have, okay, with which we are interacting with the factual world? If factual world is suspended, do we have to suspend our psychophysical mechanism as well, or do we have to reinvent the psychophysical mechanism that we have? Because this necessitated, this suspension of the factual world resulted in three important aspects: lockdown, quarantine, and social distancing. These three have become facts of our individual human life. So in this kind of a situation, how do we cope up with this? That is the major concern, and that is the second question that I would like to address. And the third question that I bring to, I'll just end in 2 or 3 minutes. What constitutes this new normal? We have been talking about new normal. Okay, so I said what is normal and what happened to the normal. Now I'll bring you to what constitutes this new normal that we are talking about. Okay, and what occasions this new normal. First thing is, what occasions this new normal? And what occasions this new normal is a kind of ambiguity and a kind of ambivalence, a kind of inability on the part of the individual. Okay, these three are the defining characteristics of which have occasioned this new normal. What is this ambiguity that I am talking about? Ambiguity in understanding or deciding whether something is symptomatic or asymptomatic. Although we don't know. This ambiguity is the one which is enhancing the uncertainty, which is restricting my freedom, which is restricting my possibility of predictability, which is restricting my repeatability, capacity of repeatability of my actions. So ambiguity has become a very important aspect in this context. And then something that we have is ambivalence. Ambivalence in choosing to act. I want to act as a human being. I cannot but to act. But the point is, what course of action should I take? Okay, is trust and what is mistrust. That's not because of the knowledge. It's because of the presence of the unknown that makes you that makes the distinction between trust and mistrust collapse. So that is the major impact which occasions this new normal. And the last important aspect, which is very important to each one of us to understand the present situation, is epistemological impossibility. Okay, when I say epistemological impossibility, what I mean is, you see, for example, if you don't know about human rights, even if your human rights are violated, you will not find any problem. Okay, but once you know about human rights, then there is an epistemological impossibility of going back to the earlier stage of innocence or ignorance, and you can never get back to that kind of a situation and be happy. Okay, so once you know something, that really becomes a part of your ontology and epistemology, and it would go on disturbing you. It would go on making you look at the world only through that lens, only through the uncertainty, only through the restriction of the freedom, only through the unpredictability. Okay, so that epistemological impossibility is very important, which occasions this new normal that we are talking about. So unless we understand all these instruments of aspects of normal and what happened to the normal, what occasions the new normal, it would be very difficult to predict or creatively construct what would be new normal. That's what I thought I should explore into and provide you with resources, sufficient kind of resources. And now, what constitutes this new normal that we are talking about? What is constituting, at least at the present, in thinking about the new normal, is anxiety. All of us are anxious about the present, and also all of us are anxious towards the future. We don't know what kind of situation we are going to enter into. And this creates a kind of fear, and this destabilizes our alignment of our own self and our alignment with the outside the self, with the world outside the self. So this alignment, disturbance in the alignment, is the one which we have to carefully address and try to establish realignment, which is the need of the hour. So thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity. I thank Professor Gopinath Pillai for giving me a chance to talk to you and share my thoughts. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Balaganapathy. So you have philosophically and empirically analyzed and explained the new normal, and your presentation has given us more insights into different dimensions of the new normal. Thank you, Professor Balaganapathy. Let me invite the last speaker, Professor Rajashekaran Nair, who was a former professor of social medicine and public health in Jawaharlal Nehru University. At present, he is a chief fellow of Shantigiri Research Foundation and principal of Global Public Health Institute, Trivandrum. So his contributions in the field of public health and his writings on various issues of public health has earned him much reputation nationally and internationally. Professor Rajashekaran Nair, thank you. Make your presentation.
Thank you very much, Professor Gopinath Pillai. I mean, there is very little time, so I won't take much time. I'll be talking about something which Professor Balaganapati has left, and on similar lines. My title is Uncertainty, Orality and Positivity, the New COVIDian Trends. I think we are encountering a virus which is a new experience for the generation, and the world is still examining different probabilities. And there are many of them. I think we are yet to decide on the confidence intervals of many scenarios. There is a large level of uncertainty, and whether it is 99% confidence or 95% confidence, we are not sure. But the truth is, the reality is that the virus measuring 80 billions of a meter in diameter could humble humanity beyond any words. So that is a reality that we are facing at the moment. Actually, the virus is not a living thing. It only takes a living status when it enters a human cell. Now, we are also aware of the earlier encounters, the past. I think the past is very, very important. The 1918 influenza pandemic, it's also known as Spanish flu. Although Spain had nothing to do with that pandemic, the enemy countries blamed Spain for spreading it. It was one of the worst in recent history. And there was another pandemic which happened in 1957. It also killed so many people worldwide. The 1968 pandemic was caused by an influenza A virus, and there was a very recent pandemic, 2009. It was very different from the earlier viruses, and a few young people they didn't have any immunity against this. So many old people survived, and young people perished in this pandemic. So it is in this context, of the past, that we should examine the present COVID-19 pandemic, because it has already claimed 436,000 lives all over the world. There are uncertainties. It is in this context that we should speak about uncertainties, the present context. Of course, the first uncertainty was the origin of the virus, not about the country, but in simple terms, how the virus reached humans. How it reached human beings. And even now, we are only talking about near possibilities, but not in terms of certainty. Now, the second uncertainty was regarding the differential impacts between the West and other countries. This is still a large question which we are still addressing as public health persons. We are writing so much on this, but there is no certainty in this regard also. But one would want to believe that it is the same strain which reached these shores and infected humans, but there are questions regarding whether it is the same strain which affected different countries. There are other uncertainties in terms of vaccine, development of vaccines or drugs, but we are not sure yet, although there are some news reports that some drugs are developed in India or elsewhere. But we are not sure about that. It takes a lot of time after clinical trials and all that to reach the distribution stage. So there are also uncertainties regarding the future, and it involves large dimensions, including education, and of course the most important thing is the livelihood, which many people are facing at the moment, because it has threatened their livelihood beyond any words. The other question regarding the present is a fear. And the fear is an unusual behavioral or emotional response which have come into being in recent times. And it normally occurs in abnormal situations like floods, other emergencies, or when tragedies happen in our society. And many people try to justify this by attributing them to supernatural powers, our own past contact, and even past life, etc. But in the case of the present pandemic, we have sometimes gone to the extreme, a new syndrome called pandemic of fear, which even young people suffer, and we know many cases of suicides and other things happening during this period. The emergence of fear of infection and death, that's another fear which is happening at the moment, and also the sudden changes in the routine activities. And although it is, as the earlier speaker said, it is intended for a good cause, because all this lockdown and different kind of preventive measures, but it has led to unusual, abnormal responses in people. And these responses and pent-up emotions, these are now released out through all-pervasive social media, which is now the predominant occupation. It's a dominant preoccupation of many people, including young and old. Everybody is on this cell phone and social media, which we have done a study on this, but there is no time to report all those things here. Now, it is in this context that I would, in the context of the past and the present, that I would like to present the future positivity. The future, of course, there are emergence of new social bonding and channels of interpersonal and inter-household communication for exchanging disease conditions, information, etc. Apart from very many negative things like social trolls and other things, blaming people, and of course there are fake messages also. But this is an important kind of development that has happened in the present context. I would like to see it as a positive thing also. The most important aspect, the positive thing which I want to, as a health person, as a public health person, as a psychologist, is that there is a new health orientation among the people. It may evolve in the future, and the new orientation may be, I'm not sure, it's a genuine acceptance of plurality of medical systems. I will, very briefly, I will explain this in the next this thing. The future positivity, actually the future is the present. It has strengthened oral culture, exchange of information and action, not just COVID-19 symptoms, but even other diseases as well. It's a very important positive movement which has happened in people during this lockdown period. And also, I would like to state that the future health culture, it could witness from a highly optimistic angle a change towards a more positive, popular perspective than a physician-centered, expert-driven orientation. I think this is the most, probably the most positive, popular perspective that can emerge. In Kerala, I mean, where from I'm speaking from, in the last fever epidemic, this happened, this popular perspective, because many people, fever-affected people were sort of not happy with the modern medicine, and they adopted many other systems of medicine to take care of their symptoms. So I would like to state that the future positivity, it's a new syncretic health philosophy with acceptance of different systems of medicine, not just leaving modern medicine, but even at the same time, sort of it's a syncretic form of adoption of a particular culture, and it's a people-centered and popular orientation. And this is the most likely outcome of this current pandemic. Now, it is in this context I would like to summarize the essence, and in conclusion, the conclusion, I would like to state that this, as earlier speakers have said, this is the first time we are examining the global crisis through such a lens. And I would like to state that the future positivity is an analytical unification of the past, the present, and the possibilities in future. And that possibility is, I would like to state that it's going to be a very positive outcome. And many of us even did not know the previous pandemics. As I mentioned in one of my earlier, which struck humanity. And like them, we will be able to overcome the present crisis as well. And that kind of positivity is very, very much required. And the important step is, there is so much negativity of interconnectedness and infodemic, sort of epidemic of information, which is termed as infodemic. It has to be turned into our advantage. There is a tremendous possibility, and we have tried this with respect to immunization program. I think this is going. I mean, similarly with respect to popular culture and popular kind of movements, this can be used to our advantage. Let me end by saying that the final point is that the karma of human endeavor and the dharma of human mind will enable us to overcome the fear and negativities, and they are superior to any violence. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Professor Rajashekharan Nair. Your brilliant analysis of the present pandemic from different perspectives, especially from the perspective of a public health expert. And you have well analyzed the different dimensions of the present pandemic, how it affects, how it creates this fear, anxiety, and other things among people in the larger society. And I feel that as a public health expert, your contribution is great, and your presentation has enriched the participants' understanding of another dimension of the present pandemic. Thank you, Professor Rajashekharan Nair. Thank you. So we have several observations and questions in our chat box, but I find that some scholars have already left, and therefore, because some questions to Professor Mitchell, but he has already left. But let me request the participants, if they have any questions, to be asked to Professor Rajashekharan Nair and other speakers who made a presentation here, Professor Balagan and others are present. Please, we can spare 5 or 10 minutes for this interaction.
Actually, these last two presentations, specifically, actually involve detailed analysis of the whole issue. I just want to congratulate both the speakers, and I request that these things should be presented in the media, through TV or through this press, this print media. It is need of the hour, so that a larger number of people know about it. Just a suggestion, but excellent analysis, wonderful analysis.
So, is there any more questions to other speakers? Professor Balagan is there, Dr. David Lawrence is there, Dr. Carlos Guzman is there. Please ask some questions to this.
Yeah, I have a question for Dr. Nair.
Yeah, please, Christopher.
The actual on-the-ground situation with the disease in India, is it localized? Is it all through the country? Is it affecting some populations more than other populations?
So who will take this? We cannot answer this question.
No, we cannot have a homogeneous kind of examination of India, because India has a different kinds of situation, context, and therefore what is happening in, say, in Kerala may be different from what is happening in Delhi. Because in Kerala, most of the infections have been from people who are migrating from outside. While in Delhi, there is a serious situation, and there is some kind of local transmission also. And the most important problem now is that public health scholars like us, we don't get any data to even examine what is happening. Unlike in the US, there is some kind of data availability there. But in India, it is actually very, very confidential. People like us won't get any data. So we don't know what is actually happening at the ground. And we try to get data, we try to do small studies, and it is from these kind of ground small studies that we are coming to these kind of observations. Thank you very much.
Professor Christopher, are you satisfied with this explanation? Okay. Yeah. So, any more questions from participants? And our other
Actually,
speakers.
I just want to add to this question. I just want to add one more thing to this question by Christopher, that in India about 250 districts, I mean, they don't have much problem. I mean, out of around 530 districts, about 250 districts don't have much problem. I mean. Thank you.
So, Professor Rajsekaran Nair, can you answer? I don't know. Professor Christopher,
He has only made an observation that large number of places in India, large number of districts, I mean, they are not coming under this. There are specific contexts in which this virus is spreading, and it is highly localized. And the reason for such a spread, and we are not very certain about that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, everyone, for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you, Professor Gopinath. Thank you. Good night.
Like to ask some questions? Professor Balaganamdi, you want to ask something to other speakers? You want to ask something? No.
No.
It is getting late night, getting late.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's not disturb anybody anymore.
No. It's a rare opportunity to get together, a virtual get together. Otherwise, we are unable to meet it together. Therefore, even if we take a few more minutes, it doesn't matter. If anybody can join or raise some, observations. Carlos Guzman is there. Our David Lawrence is there. Our Professor Christopher is there. Shall we close this session?
Yes.
Okay, thank you all the participants, and I feel that we will take forward this dialogue, and we will formulate a platform in the end of today's conference, and because a get-together of similar-minded people belonging to different walks of life is essential at this juncture of human calamity, and we can have more focused thinking and deliberations and small action programs. So therefore, we will ponder over these issues, and tomorrow we will start our morning session at 9:30 and evening session at 6 p.m. Thank you all for your kind participation and support. Thank you all.